Chapter 1155. Just as Luo Ping was asking Yun Gang, and almost everyone around the peak was looking at Yun Gang, I killed him. A calm voice came from the sky above the group of people. Who's that? Everyone, including Luo Ping, was shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding in the sky above them. When they raised their heads, they saw a purple figure descending from the sky. There were 3 figures following behind the purple figure. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the purple figure in the lead. As for the other 3 figures, they were all selectively ignored by them. The purple figure was a young man who looked about 25 years old. He wore a purple robe and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. As soon as he appeared, many young female disciples of Een Peak had their eyes lit up. Their hearts were stirred. However, the biggest doubt in their hearts was who this handsome purple-clad young man was. He seemed to be the one who responded to Vice Peak Master Luo earlier. Said he killed Peak Master Yang Hong? Many female disciples of Een Peak were dumbfounded. With his age, it's not possible, right? Many female disciples of Een Peak voiced their doubts. What does age mean? Maybe he's a demon. Some female disciples of Een Peak said disapprovingly. Luo Ping stared at the purple-clad young man who was descending from the sky. She did not know why, but when she looked at this expressionless purple-clad young man, she actually felt a sense of danger. As a woman and the Vice Peak Master of Een Peak in the Yin Yang sect, she had a stronger intuition than ordinary women. Her intuition told her that this purple-clad young man was not simple. Perhaps Peak Master Yang Hong really did die in his hands. Just as everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian in confusion, wondering about Duan Lingtian's identity and questioning whether Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Sect leader. Yun Gang and the Yu brothers next to him took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. When Yun Gang and the Yu brothers took 2 steps forward aggressively, they attracted the attention of many people, including the Yang Peak's disciples. They initially thought the 3 of them were going to attack the purple-clad young man. However, he never expected that after the 3 of them took 2 steps forward, not only did they not attack the purple-clothed youth, they even bowed to him. Furthermore, he addressed him as sect master. No matter what, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers' actions were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone, including Luo Ping and the group of Een Peak and Yang Peak elders. Elder Yun and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak addressed this purple-clad young man as sect master. A female disciple of Een Peak swallowed her saliva and asked with difficulty. I think so. The other female disciple beside her nodded. It's rare for a sect leader to appear in our Yin Yang sect. Today, Elder Yun Gang first said that Peak Master Yang Hong was killed before he addressed him as sect leader. Could it be that he wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect? Even if he's powerful, he still killed Peak Master Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Such a person isn't suitable to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, right? If he's really that powerful, what can we do if he forces us to acknowledge him as the sect leader? The people present discussed animatedly. In the end, there was a hint of desolation in their tone. This was the cloud continent where the strong were respected. As long as one was powerful enough, not only could he do whatever he wanted, he could even become the sect leader of a sect after killing the high-ranking officials of that sect. My name is Duan Lingtian. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly and sizing up Duan Lingtian with different expressions, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder that entered everyone's ears. It was like thunder in their ears. I recognize it. Isn't this the voice that spread throughout Een Peak earlier? Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian's voice. I'm at the peak. They still remembered. At that time, the voice had only said this short sentence that confused them. After this sentence, the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang, spoke in a timely manner. He asked everyone to come to the peak of Een Peak. He and the other 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak had also brought all the elders and disciples of Yang Peak. My name might sound unfamiliar to all of you. However, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the names Ke and Li Fei, right? Duan Lingtian continued to speak. Ke? Li Fei? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a while, a commotion broke out again. He knows Ke and Li Fei? Luo Ping's gaze softened when she looked at Duan Lingtian. She was Huang, the other vice peak master of Yin Peak. She was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. They were very close. Not long ago, Li Fei was captured and Ke was forced to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. She had personally gone to the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, to reason with him. However, she was chased out by him. That was not all. Yang Hong even threatened her that he would break into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and kill the peak master of Yin Peak and her senior sister, Huang, if she dared to meddle in his business. Since she was not as strong as Yang Hong, she could only endure it for the sake of the two Yin Peak high-ranking officials who were in closed-door cultivation. To be honest, today, she was only happy when she heard Yang Hong was dead. He knows junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei? Who is he? Also, where are junior sister Ke and Li Fei? Why haven't I seen them yet? Junior sister Ke and Li Fei aren't here. Senior sister Yang Shui isn't here as well. Many female disciples of Yin Peak looked around, trying to find Ke, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. However, they found nothing in the end. Ke? Isn't that the female disciple of Yin Peak whom the peak master forced to marry junior brother Yang Fei? And that Li Fei? The peak master imprisoned Li Fei and threatened that Ke. Many people, including me, are unhappy about this matter. However, the words of a lowly person don't carry much weight. Could it be that the matter of him killing the peak master has something to do with Ke and Li Fei? Many male disciples of Yang Peak were discussing among themselves. In the end, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Their eyes were filled with doubt and anticipation. I remember now. At this moment, a female disciple of Yin Peak cried out in surprise, startling many people and attracting their attention. Seeing that many people were looking at her, the female disciple of Yin Peak said excitedly, "I've heard senior sister Yang Shui mention the name of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé. Their fiancé's name is Duan Lingtian." The moment the female disciple of Yin Peak opened her mouth, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Ke and Li Fei had a fiancé and were serving the same man. This was not a rare thing to the people of Yin Peak. However, most of them did not know the name of the two ladies' fiancé. Now that someone had reminded them, they finally realized what was going on. So, he's the fiancé of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. Does this mean that he came to our Yin-Yang sect this time for junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei? I can't believe that junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé is so powerful. Even peak master Yang Hong was killed by him. On top of that, he even subdued Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak. I used to wonder, with junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's qualities, any one of them could find an outstanding man. Why would they serve the same man? Now, I finally understand. Even I would be willing to share such an outstanding man with other women. Look at yourself in the mirror first. Do you think junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's man would fall for you? The group of Yin Peak's female disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Many young female disciples even looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Soon, the news that Duan Lingtian was the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei spread throughout the entire peak. That's right. I'm the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again and admitted that he was the fiancé of Ke and Li Fei. At once, the peak fell silent again. Initially, I came here to save my two fiancés and leave the Yin-Yang sect. However, I didn't expect so many unforeseen events to happen later on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and paused when he reached this point. As for what exactly happened, Yu Ping, you tell them. Duan Lingtian looked at the elder brother of the Yu brothers. He was also one of the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak. He was an old man. Initially, Duan Lingtian wanted Yun Gang to speak. However, for some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he looked at Yun Gang. This was the sharp intuition that he had cultivated from his career as a Special Forces soldier in his past life. His intuition told him that Yun Gang was a complicated person. He was not as simple as he seemed and was not worthy of his trust. Under the gaze of Yun Gang, whose face was slightly gloomy, Yu Ping stood up and attracted everyone's attention. In the beginning, Yu Ping told them about Duan Lingtian piercing Yang Peak's belly with his sword and causing the volcano to erupt. At once, the crowd was in an uproar again. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who looked so young to be so valiant. He was enraged by a woman and broke Yang Peak with his sword. How heroic was that? However, not many people blamed Duan Lingtian for this. Most of them put the blame on Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak who had already passed away. After all, Yang Hong was the one who forced other people's fiancés to marry his son for no reason and caused the disaster. Otherwise, why would they attack Yang Peak? Was it because they had nothing better to do? As for the Yang Peak's disciples who died due to the eruption of Yang Peak's volcano, they were undoubtedly indirectly killed by Yang Hong. At that time, Yang Peak was completely covered in lava. Elder Yun Yuan and I arrived at the peak of Yang Peak immediately. Yu Ping continued. After we arrived, Yang Hong and his son followed us. At that time, the sect leader showed up as well. Chapter 1156. Then, Yu Ping told them everything that happened afterward. He did not leave out the fact that the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, admitted that he had broken into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and killed the peak master and vice peak master of Yin Peak. At that moment, everyone present, including the group of Yang Peak's male disciples, gasped. They did not expect this at all. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, was so ambitious that he wanted to become the first sect leader of Yin Yang sect in hundreds of years. For this reason, he even killed the two strongest people of Yin Peak when they were in closed-door cultivation to heal themselves. Such an action was equivalent to destroying the two pillars of Yin Peak. You're insane. You're insane. All the disciples of Yin Peak were furious when they learned that Yang Hong had killed the two peak masters of Yin Peak for his own selfish desires. Senior sister. Luo Ping's body trembled. Her eyes were instantly dyed red. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that she had gone to the forbidden area of Yin Peak to verify the truth. It's a pity that senior sister Yang Shui was killed by Yang Hong just like that. Senior sister Yang Shui was so outstanding, but she died in the end. It's such a pity. Unknowingly, the female disciples of Yin Peak shifted their gazes to Xiong Quan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. In Xiong Quan's arms was a white-clad woman who had been dead for a long time. The white-clad woman's hair was as white as snow. Most of her white clothes were dyed red. It was dazzling and eye-catching. It was Yang Shui. I can't believe that the peak master could even kill such a pitiful person like senior sister Yang Shui. A male disciple of Yang Peak said indignantly. You're still calling him peak master? If you ask me, Yang Hong is an animal. Like father, like son. His son is an animal too. That's right. Both father and son are animals. Many male disciples of Yang Peak said angrily. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation of Yin Peak. With her shocking innate talent, comprehension, and peerless beauty, she was the dream lover of all the male disciples of Yang Peak. Now that they knew Yang Hong had killed their dream lover, it was only natural that they were furious. Not long after, Luo Ping returned. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she returned. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Thank you. Although Luo Ping's face was still filled with grief and indignation, when she looked at Duan Lingtian, she bowed and thanked him. Her tone was full of sincerity. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging Yin Peak. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging her senior martial sister and martial niece. Seeing Luo Ping's actions, everyone knew that what Yu Ping had just said was true. There was nothing false about it. For a moment, the crowd became even more furious. Vice Peak Master Luo is the junior sister of Master Yang Shui. At this moment, Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced Luo Ping. So it's martial uncle. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded to Luo Ping. Yang Shui's master was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. Therefore, this graceful and elegant woman in front of him was also Ke and Li Fei's martial uncle. He was the man of the two girls. Naturally, he had to address her as martial uncle like the two girls. Other than Elder Yun, the four powerhouses in our Yin-Yang sect are no longer around. I'm sure everyone can guess the danger that the Yin-Yang sect is going to face. Yu Ping continued with a solemn expression. Because of this, Elder Yun, Yuan, and I shamelessly ask this person to be the sect leader of our Yin-Yang sect. When Yu Ping reached this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters from Yang Peak addressed Duan Lingtian as sect leader. Luo Ping, vice peak master of Yin Peak, greets the sect leader. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian again. However, this time, it was not to thank him. Instead, it was to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. Other than being a powerhouse who could kill Yang Hong and protect the Yin-Yang sect, Duan Lingtian was also the fiancé of her two junior nieces. Compared to Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak, she was closer to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, naturally, she would not reject Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. See, just when the remaining group of Yin Peak and Yang Peak's elders and disciples were about to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader, Duan Lingtian interrupted them. Wait. At this moment, not only were the group of people confused, but even Luo Ping found it strange. She did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Only Yun Gang and the Yu brothers remained calm. They could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. You can address me as the sect leader. However, I have to tell all of you something first. That is, after I become the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect, Yin-Yang sect will change its name to Lingtian sect. In other words, Yin-Yang sect will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian said to the crowd in front of him, if you can't accept it, you can leave now. Lingtian sect won't force you to stay. The sect was changing its name. The entire place was in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect is changing its name? Actually, it's not a big deal. Besides, I think the new name sounds better. It's more domineering. I think so too. Lingtian sect, Lingtian, is above the heavens. Soon, apart from the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant, the group of disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak discussed among themselves. They were satisfied with the new name. Unlike the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who had been in the Yin-Yang sect for many years, they had deep feelings for the sect. These disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak had just joined the sect not long ago, so they did not have much feelings for the sect. They only cared about whether they were still a first-rate force. They did not care about the name of the sect. However, the group of elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant still compromised in the end. This was because whether it was Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters from Yang Peak or the vice peak master of Yin Peak, none of them had any objections. Compared to these four people, they were nothing. Since there's no objection, from today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will be the first sect leader of Lingtian sect. From today onward, Yin Peak will be renamed as Lingtian Peak. Duan Lingtian announced loudly. His imposing manner was like a rainbow as his voice swept out. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, all of the disciples from Lingtian sect bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. It was a sea of black and majestic people. Looking at the crowd before him, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that from this moment onward, he would be shouldering a mountainous responsibility. From today onward, he would no longer be alone. Sect leader. Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked respectfully, now that Yang Peak has been destroyed, how do you plan to settle the people from Yang Peak, sect leader? As Yu Ping spoke, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. Even the group of people from Yin Peak looked at Duan Lingtian. They were a little nervous. They were afraid that the people from Yang Peak would take over their cultivation place. When I came here earlier, I studied it carefully. Only half of Lingtian Peak was opened up as a cultivation place for a group of female disciples, right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. He looked at Luo Ping when he reached the end of his sentence. Yes, sect leader, Luo Ping replied respectfully. Then she explained, Lingtian Peak is covered in snow all year long. Our cultivation place here is still all right. It's close to the south, so we won't be affected by the cold wind. However, the north side is shrouded in the cold wind all year long. It's extremely cold. Duan Lingtian nodded. I noticed this when I came here. Therefore, I hereby announce. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of elders and disciples from Lingtian sect and said slowly, the people from Yin Peak will not change their cultivation place. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of elders and disciples from Yin Peak laughed. However, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak had a change of expression. The people from Yang Peak will head to the north side of Lingtian Peak and open up a cultivation place on your own. Duan Lingtian continued. Sect leader. Yuan frowned slightly and said, the north side of Lingtian Peak is bitterly cold all year long. Even if we open up a cultivation place, it'll still be affected by the cold wind. It'll be difficult to cultivate there peacefully. That's right, sect leader. The group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak nodded. What if I can solve this problem that you mentioned? Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and asked while ignoring the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak. Solve it? Yuan was unable to react for a moment. I can set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the north side of Lingtian Peak and block the cold wind that blows there. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the crowd. An inscription formation to block the cold wind from the north side of Lingtian Peak? Could such an inscription formation really be set up? They doubted it. There was no lack of inscription masters among them, but they had never heard of anyone who could set up such a ridiculous inscription formation. Now, Yun Gang, and Yu Ping will lead the people from Yang Peak to the north side of Lingtian Peak to open up a cultivation place. As for the inscription formation, I'll complete it in 3 days at the most. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and said. Although they doubted Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 high-ranking officials from Yang Peak still led the group of people from Yang Peak to the north side of Lingtian Peak. What they had to do was to open up a cultivation place in the belly of the mountain. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up such an inscription formation. An inscription formation that covers half of Lingtian Peak? It's ridiculous just thinking about it. However, judging from the sect leader's expression when he said that, it doesn't seem like he's lying to us. We'll know in 3 days whether he's lying to us or not. The elders and disciples from Yang Peak discussed as they followed Yun Gang and the other 2. They only hoped that the next 3 days would pass quickly. Vice Peak Master Luo, please stay. The rest of you may leave. Chapter 1157. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's order, the group of Yin Peak elders and disciples left one after another. They did not dare to hesitate. Sect leader. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior uncle, bring me to senior sister Yang Shue's cultivation place. I want her to return to her roots. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping. Yang Shui had died for his 2 fiancées. Naturally, he would not mistreat Yang Shui even though she had passed away. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping's body trembled. She could not help but look at Xiong Quan who was behind Duan Lingtian. The blood-stained white figure entered her eyes immediately. Shui, what a pity. After a while, Luo Ping let out a long sigh. Her face was filled with regret. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. Moreover, she was a variant. If she did not die, it was not impossible for her to become the peak master of Yin Peak in the future. If Shui's spirit in heaven knows that sect leader is treating her so well, she'll definitely be happy. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, Sect leader, I thank you on behalf of Shui. Junior uncle, what are you doing? Senior sister Yang Shui was a great benefactor to my 2 fiancés, which means I'm indebted to her as well. It's only right for me to do this. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and helped Luo Ping up. Under Luo Ping's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the mountainside of Lingtian Peak that was close to the peak. There was a small flat platform at the mountainside. On the small platform stood a small wooden house covered in white snow. "This is Schwerer's cultivation place," Luo Ping said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he descended from the sky and pushed the door of the small wooden house open. As soon as the door was pushed open, a few pieces of snow fell and hit Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice it as he walked into the small wooden house. The cabin was very tidy. Other than a bed, there was nothing else. It didn't look like a woman's room at all. Ever since Shui became senior sister's disciple, she focused on cultivation. Her basic necessities were very simple. Before Kerr and Fei came, she rarely spoke to anyone. It was only when Kerr and Fei became senior sister's disciples and became her junior sisters that she started to talk more. Luo Ping said as she followed Duan Lingtian into the wooden hut. Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his hand. A crystal-clear ice coffin appeared in front of him and was pulled by an invisible force to land on the bed in the cabin. "This is?" Luo Ping was stunned. Before she could react, Duan Lingtian had already called Xiong Quan in and instructed him to put Yang Shui into the ice coffin. This is an ice coffin made from the 10,000-year frost. It can protect senior sister Yang Shui's jade body for eternity. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping when Xiong Quan walked to the ice coffin. This ice coffin was made especially for Feng Tianwu. It was just right for Yang Shui to use. "When I find those two girls, they will definitely want to see senior sister Yang Shui again," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Xiong Quan was about to put Yang Shui into the ice coffin, Luo Ping stopped him. Xiong Quan looked at Luo Ping in confusion. "Junior aunt, is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Ping as well. "Sect leader, I hope Shui can lie in there clean. Give me 15 minutes. I'll help her freshen up and change her clothes." Luo Ping voiced her thoughts. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. After Xiong Quan handed Yang Shui to Luo Ping, he left with Xiong Quan and closed the door behind him. "It's snowing." As soon as he stepped out of the door, Duan Lingtian noticed it was snowing around Lingtian Peak. It was a beautiful sight. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and let the snow fall on his hand. He muttered to himself, "Senior sister Yang Shui, thank you for what you did for those two girls. I, Duan Lingtian, will forever be grateful to you." A quarter of an hour passed quickly. During this period, the only movement Duan Lingtian noticed was the window on the side of the small wooden house suddenly opened. At the same time, a water column gushed out from the inside. The water column was stained with blood. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Luo Ping was using the water profundity to clean the blood stains on Yang Shui's body. "You can come in now." As Luo Ping's voice resonated, Duan Lingtian walked in. This time, Xiong Quan did not follow him in. Instead, he stood outside the wooden house with Feng Tianwu and Gold Thug, waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. Duan Lingtian walked into the wooden house and saw Yang Shui, who had finished washing up and changed into a clean set of white clothes, lying in the ice coffin. Through the ice coffin, one could see her graceful figure and her peerless face that was devastatingly beautiful. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed 3 times at Yang Shui's body before leaving with Luo Ping. "From today onward, this will be the forbidden area of Lingtian Peak. Nobody is allowed to come close," Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be worried. He took out a pile of materials and a pile of high-grade origin stones and began to get busy. He began to inscribe inscriptions and set up an inscription formation on the spot. Luo Ping was dazzled by Duan Lingtian's actions. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's actions slowed down. However, the materials and origin stones in his hands had already flown out of his hands and merged with the snow around the small wooden house. A moment later, a layer of translucent light shield rose and shrouded the small wooden house completely. After more than 10 breaths, the translucent light shield disappeared before Luo Ping's eyes. Of course, Luo Ping knew that the translucent light shield did not really disappear. She could still trigger it if she approached it. This was because it was a defensive light shield formed by the defense formation. Sect leader, I can't believe that not only are you powerful, but your attainment in the inscription Dao is so profound as well. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and exclaimed in admiration. Although she was not an inscription master, as the saying went, even if you have never tasted pork, you have seen pigs run. She had once witnessed some inscription masters in the sect inscribing and setting up inscription formations with her own eyes. However, the speed and efficiency of those inscription masters were not even 1,000th of the purple-clad young man before her. Perhaps the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind blowing at the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. Luo Ping thought to herself. At this moment, she only felt that the sect leader before her was becoming more and more unfathomable. She could not see through him at all. Sect leader, what level of attack can this defense formation withstand at most? Luo Ping could not help but ask. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to have the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. Duan Lingtian replied. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Luo Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. Usually, only a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage would be able to unleash the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. In other words, it was almost impossible for a martial artist below the 7th level martial monarch stage to break the defense formation that shrouded the small wooden house. She did not expect the defense formation that the person before her had only spent an hour setting up would have such a terrifying defensive strength. It was completely beyond her imagination. Junior uncle, I might need some materials to inscribe and set up inscription formations in these 2 days. Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. In the next 2 days, he would begin to set up the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded the northern side of Ling Tian Peak. He did not have some of the materials required to set up the inscription formation. Sect leader, just let me know if you need anything. I'll go to Ling Tian Peak storage and get it for you, Luo Ping said. Initially, she wanted to say Yin Peak. However, before she could finish her sentence, she remembered that Yin Peak had changed its name to Ling Tian Peak. It had the same name as the sect leader before her. Thank you, junior uncle. Duan Lingtian smiled as he thanked her. However, Luo Ping was so shocked that she immediately bowed back. She knew very well in her heart. The reason Duan Lingtian called her junior uncle was because of his 2 fiancés. Otherwise, she was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 stayed at Ling Tian Peak under Luo Ping's arrangement. Each of them had a wooden house on the mountainside that was close to each other. Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the Gold Thug returned to their respective rooms very quickly and immersed themselves in their cultivation. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have time to cultivate at the moment. He was busy inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand to inscribe the inscriptions that he needed. Everything that he did was to prepare for the large-scale inscription formation that he would set up in the next 2 days. The inscription formation could be considered as a defense formation. However, it could only defend against the attack of the cold wind. Initially, such a defense formation was a very simple inscription formation that could be easily set up. However, the problem was, the defense formation that Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe had to cover the entire northern side of Ling Tian Peak. The area was so vast that one could not see the end of it. If he did not integrate the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for him to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. This was because such a large-scale inscription formation was experimented by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past. Even if an ordinary inscription master knew how to inscribe the same inscription formation, he would not be able to set up such a large-scale one. All in all, it could be summed up in one sentence. Only the reincarnation Emperor Wu could inscribe and set up such a large-scale one. After Duan Lingtian was almost done inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand, Luo Ping had also gathered all the materials that he had asked her to find. She did not miss any of them. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian was busy again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian went to the northern side of Lingtian Peak alone. However, he realized that there were many male disciples who were busy. Many elders were also helping out. While they were busy, the robes on their bodies fluttered in the cold wind. Even some of their hair bands were blown apart. Their long hair was no longer bound and was fluttering in the wind. It's the sect leader. Sect leader. As expected, Duan Lingtian's appearance attracted many people's attention. However, the person that they were most concerned about was not Duan Lingtian himself. Tomorrow will be the 3 days later that the sect leader mentioned 2 days ago. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind. Chapter 1158. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when faced with the doubts of the group of Lingtian sect's male disciples. He knew that it was useless no matter how much he said. He could only use his actions to fulfill his promise. Only then would he be able to shut everyone up. Because of this, Duan Lingtian began to get busy on this day. Setting up the inscription formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was undoubtedly a huge project. Even though Duan Lingtian had already inscribed inscriptions on the materials and origin stones beforehand, he still needed to spend time to set it up. For the entire day, Duan Lingtian did not stop at all. From morning until late at night, Duan Lingtian's figure flew up and down on the northern side of Lingtian Peak. As he made his move, all kinds of materials and origin stones were merged into the northern side of Lingtian Peak. The placement of these materials and origin stones was very particular. Even the slightest mistake was not allowed. Fortunately, I set up this defensive formation directly through the memory of reincarnation Emperor Wu. If it was passed down orally, I might not be able to set it up properly even if I spent 10 days and 10 nights. After placing the last batch of materials and origin stones where they were supposed to be, Duan Lingtian stopped and stood up. At this moment, the defensive formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was completed. Now, all I have to do is to give them an explanation tomorrow. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the night sky that was filled with stars. Then he vanished from the spot and reappeared at the temporary residence that Luo Ping had arranged for him. In a wooden house on the mountainside on the southern side of Lingtian Peak. Compared to Yang Shui's wooden house, this wooden house was much better. Not only was it bigger, but it was also fully equipped with furniture. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes as he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. On top of that, he was holding the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand. He was using them to comprehend and level up his fused profundity. Although the monarch stage nature profundity fragments were not as good as the heavenly jewel in assisting the fused profundity, the heavenly jewel was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Just like the heavenly jewel Duan Lingtian had obtained from the berserk mongrel rodent clan, it was a heavenly jewel filled with nature energy. It only took Duan Lingtian a month to completely absorb the heavenly jewel's energy, which was also the nature energy, from the heavenly jewel that took hundreds of years to fill up. Because of this, the heavenly jewel had temporarily become useless. It would take a long time for it to regain its heavenly jewel energy. However, after completely absorbing the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel, Duan Lingtian's fused profundity also made a breakthrough and transformed into a second-level fused profundity. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. When he had absorbed half of the heavenly jewel energy in the heavenly jewel, his fused profundity had already broken through to the second level. After that, when he absorbed the remaining half of the heavenly jewel energy, his fused profundity improved further. In the end, it was extremely close to the third-level fused profundity. Currently, he was only 1 step away from comprehending the third-level fused profundity. Just like I've guessed. The fused profundity is on par with the Emperor stage profundity in terms of power and difficulty in leveling up. After the origin energy in his body circulated according to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's divine dragon form mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian could finally divert his attention to other things. My current strength is already comparable to an ordinary 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist. Of course, I'm still far from being comparable to those freakish 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian knew very well how difficult it was for a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist to break through to the Emperor Wu stage through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. It was more than 100 times harder than breaking through to the martial monarch stage from the void transformation stage. If a 9th-level void transformation martial artist comprehended 3 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts or comprehended the 9th-level advanced concept of water and fire, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the martial monarch stage. However, even if a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist had comprehended 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities or the 9th-level water or fire monarch stage profundities, it was still less than 1 in 100 who could break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, no matter if it was the era of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation or the era of his second reincarnation, there were very few powerhouses who could break through to the Emperor Wu. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the most powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse that he had ever seen in his second reincarnation even comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. What did that mean? It meant that the powerhouse's strength was comparable to 6 ancient black dragons even if he only cast the profundities. In addition to his origin energy and grade 1 spirit weapon, he could unleash a strength that exceeded the strength of 8 ancient black dragons. The strength of 8 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he thought about it. Currently, he could cast the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horn dragons if he unleashed his full strength. However, in front of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had mastered the strength of 8 ancient black dragons, his little bit of strength was nothing. It would be easy for the powerhouse to kill him. It would be easier than stepping on an ant. That powerhouse comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities, but he could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like the Emperor Wu stage is really difficult to break through to. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He felt pressured at the same time. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in his first reincarnation. Even he did not know how he managed to break through. At that time, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had comprehended 4 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. He had no experience at all. In the beginning, he hit a wall repeatedly. In the end, he managed to break through after comprehending 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. I wonder if it'll be easier for me to break through to the Emperor Wu stage compared to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations. Duan Lingtian felt anxious when he thought about this. Although he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he did not receive any help in breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was because the reincarnation Emperor Wu had also broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he would have to rely on his own efforts. He could not rely on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. I hope I can break through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze like the reincarnation Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming in his heart. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. He was completely immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. He cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He comprehended the fused profundity and comprehended the sword Dao contained in the word, sword, left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the depths of his mind. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation and comprehension, had completely forgotten about the time. He only opened his eyes when the morning sun shone on the earth through the screen on the side of the wooden house and shone on his face. It's morning. After Duan Lingtian woke up, he washed up and walked out of the wooden house. As soon as he walked out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw 2 figures waiting for him. They were the 2 former vice peak masters of Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan. Why are you waiting for me so early in the morning? Are you worried that I'll go back on my word? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the anxious expression on the Yu brothers' faces. He thought they were here because he had promised to solve the problem of the cold wind in the north of Ling Tian Peak. Sect leader, Elder Yun is missing. Chapter 1159. Elder Yun, the former guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang. When did you notice he was missing? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. 3 days ago, sect leader, you asked us and Elder Yun to bring some people to the north of Ling Tian Peak to dig a cultivation place. We parted ways with Elder Yun. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen Elder Yun since then, Yu Ping said. Yu Ping said, this morning, I asked the elders and disciples who were with Elder Yun back then. They all said that Elder Yun left alone 3 days ago after separating from us. We've searched Ling Tian Peak this morning, but we couldn't find any trace of Elder Yun. Yuan added. If I'm not mistaken, he must have left 3 days ago. He must have left Ling Tian Peak and Ling Tian Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he asked, do you know the relationship between Yun Gang and Yang Hong? Yang Hong is the direct disciple of the former Peak Master of Yang Peak, and Yun Gang is the former Peak Master's junior brother. Yang Hong calls Yun Gang junior uncle. Yu Ping said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It seems like he didn't plan to stay from the beginning. He had been following me because he wanted me to lower my guard. He was prepared to leave a long time ago. Sect leader, what should we do now? If Yun Gang leaves, won't it be detrimental to our Ling Tian sect? Yuan asked. He doesn't have that ability. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He must have left 3 days ago. It's too late to chase after him now. Both of you, follow me to the north of Ling Tian Peak. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. The Yu brothers reacted immediately and followed him. I'll go have a look as well. At this moment, Xiong Quan also walked out of a wooden house halfway up the mountain and followed him. Young Master must have gone to set up that large-scale inscription formation. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Xiong Quan moved, 2 more figures came from 2 different directions and followed him. It was a woman in red. It was an old man in a golden robe. They were none other than Feng Tianwu and Gold Thug. When he arrived at the north side of Ling Tian Peak again, Duan Lingtian realized that there were already many people there. These people were the elders and disciples of the former Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader is here. Sect leader is here. The news of the Duan Lingtian's arrival was quickly spread by the people around the Duan Lingtian. Not long after, all the people on the northern side of the Ling Tian mountain flew over one after another. They formed a dark mass and saluted the purple figure from afar. Apart from Yun Gang, almost everyone from the original Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect had gathered together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, other than the Yu brothers, 3 more people appeared behind Duan Lingtian. They were Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the wind whistling attracted everyone's attention. A group of women in white flew over. They came from the south side of the Ling Tian Peak. It was obvious that they were here to join in the fun. These women were the disciples of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader. Even Luo Ping, the deputy peak master of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect, had arrived. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, she stood behind Duan Lingtian. Gusts of biting cold wind blew continuously, causing everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter. Some of the people with lower cultivation base even had to squint their eyes due to the wind. I won't say anything else. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark mass of people in front of him. His face was solemn as he spoke loudly. Today, I'll fulfill the promise that I made 3 days ago. I'll make sure that the north side of the Ling Tian Peak will never be attacked by the cold wind again. Fulfill the promise. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how their young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect would set up the extremely exaggerated large-scale inscription formation that he spoke of. Unfortunately, they were destined to not be able to see it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand and flicked his finger, A high-grade origin stone shot out rapidly and disappeared into a mountain wall on the north side of Lingtian Peak as if it was breaking a dead branch. Almost at the same time when the high-grade origin stone disappeared, everyone only heard a soft sound in their ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to be able to make their souls tremble. This, then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, a layer of translucent light shield seemed to have detached itself from the mountain wall on the north side of the Lingtian Peak and continued to expand outwards. Wherever the light shield passed, the piercingly cold wind that blew from the north was pushed away. The light shield continued to expand until it enveloped the entire mountain wall on the north side of the Lingtian Peak before it finally stopped. At the same time, it disappeared before everyone's eyes as though it had never appeared. However, the place where the translucent light shield disappeared was not bounded. The cold wind that came from the north was completely isolated and could no longer blow in. For a time, as the cold wind disappeared, everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian's, stopped fluttering. This works too? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! This is the large-scale inscription formation that the sect leader mentioned 3 days ago? When did he finish setting it up? Yesterday, many people saw the sect leader wandering around our area. He kept throwing something that penetrated the mountain wall and embedded it in the belly of the mountain. Now it seems like he was setting up the inscription formation at that time. Yesterday? Doesn't that mean that the sect leader only spent a day to set up this large-scale inscription formation? As the group of Lingtian sect's disciples were shocked, they quickly realized another problem. Their sect leader had only used a day to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. Looks like our sect leader is not only a martial Dao powerhouse, but he's also an outstanding inscription master as well. Many Lingtian sect's disciples exclaimed. Those young female disciples even had lustful eyes as they cast flirtatious glances at Duan Lingtian. However, an extremely cold snort sounded. It made them shudder. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian anymore. It was Feng Tianwu who stood behind Duan Lingtian. She snorted coldly as she swept a cold glance at the group of young female disciples. At the same time that she snorted, the aura of a martial monarch swept out. It was only then that the group of young female disciples did not dare to raise their heads. Feng Tianwu's actions were more like a declaration of her absolute sovereignty over Duan Lingtian. She's the sect leader's wife? She should be. Otherwise, why would she be so dissatisfied when we look at the sect leader? The sect leader's wife is not easy to deal with. Looks like we can only look at the sect leader and sigh when we see him in the future. The group of young female disciples whispered in private. Although their voices were not loud, most of the people present had a high cultivation base. Their hearing was shocking, and they could clearly hear the whispers between them. Sect leader's wife? For a moment, most of the people present looked at Feng Tianwu in unison, causing Feng Tianwu to become the center of attention. When she heard the group of young female disciples, Feng Tianwu's face was already slightly hot. Now that she was being stared at by so many people, although she tried her best to remain calm on the surface, her heart was not calm at all. She only felt that she was like a lone boat in the waves, and the boat would capsize at any time. The sect leader is really lucky. No matter if it's the sect leader's wife or his 2 fiancées, without exception, they are all exceptional beauties. Yes, the sect leader's luck with women is too good. If I can be like the sect leader, I will have no regrets in life. Soon after, many of the male disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression. Now, this sect leader's promise to all of you has been fulfilled, and all of you have a new place to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the group of male elders and male disciples, he looked at the group of female elders and female disciples, and his gaze suddenly froze. Disciples of Lingtian sect, listen up. Duan Lingtian seemed to have not finished his sentence, and after successfully attracting everyone's attention, he opened his mouth again and shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone who was focused on Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts, and their spirits tensed up. From today onwards, Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yun will be the deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect. The three of them will be in charge of all the matters in the sect, no matter big or small. You must obey all of them, Duan Lingtian said loudly. At that moment, all the disciples of Ling Tian sect who were present responded respectfully. Thank you, sect leader, for your high regard. When Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they quickly bowed to Duan Lingtian to express their gratitude. Luo Ping, the three of you will be responsible for spreading the news that the Yin Yang sect has been replaced by the Ling Tian sect, and that there is a new sect leader. Spread the name of this sect master as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Ping and the other two and continued to order. Yes. Luo Ping and the other two responded respectfully. Also, send out the disciples who recognize Ke and Li Fei to search for their whereabouts. Duan Lingtian ordered again. I'll reward any disciple who finds their whereabouts with a grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify their strength by 90% and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. After Duan Lingtian gave his order, he also promised a huge reward. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pills. These two items were undoubtedly extremely precious to the ordinary elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan, who were in the upper echelons of the sect, did not lack these items. However, these were only ordinary grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 life recovery pills. Did I hear wrongly? Sect leader, did you just say a grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 90%? Chapter 1160. And a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Another person chimed in. As someone voiced out his doubts, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Lingtian again. It was as though they wanted to confirm if they had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. It's indeed a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Duan Lingtian confirmed in the face of the doubtful gazes. A tossed stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. It's really a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%? Nonsense. Didn't the sect leader already confirm it? Don't tell me you're doubting the sect leader's words. I know. But is this possible? I've never heard of anyone refining a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%, nor have I heard of anyone refining a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. 3 days ago, the sect leader said he could set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. Did you believe him at that time? I didn't. Then what happened in the end? I believed the sect leader. Moreover, I happen to know junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. This time, I have a chance to go out and look for them. The group of Ling Tian sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their doubts about Duan Lingtian gradually disappeared. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had fulfilled his promise today and set up an inscription formation that could withstand the cold wind in the north and cover the entire mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. In their opinion, their Ling Tian sect's young sect leader could not be judged by common sense. However, speaking of which, if the sect leader can really take out a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, doesn't that mean he knows a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist? Moreover, he's not an ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me of this? Would an ordinary grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above? A grade 1 blacksmith and alchemist like this must be a proud and arrogant person. However, since they're willing to refine those special grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills for the sect leader, I'm sure they must have a close relationship with the sect leader. The gazes from the disciples of the Ling Tian sect that landed on Duan Lingtian became increasingly heated. In the past, Although the Yin-Yang sect also had grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills, they were either obtained from outside or obtained from auctions outside. In the past, the Yin-Yang sect did not have much contact with grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists. Even if he could get in touch with the other party to forge spirit artifacts and pills for him, he would still have to pay a heavy price. Due to this reason, there were not many grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills in the Yin-Yang sect. Even the ordinary elders could not get them, let alone the group of disciples below. Today, the Yin-Yang sect no longer existed and was replaced by the Ling Tian sect. However, the young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect seemed to have a close relationship with a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. In the future, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills might even be able to be used on them. How could they not be happy about this? But don't tell me there's no grade 1 weapon craftsman and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. It had never crossed his mind that a mere grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would be able to make the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples lose their composure. As the sect leader, he could not help but feel his face burning as he felt embarrassed. Sect leader, it's true that there's no grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect. Luo Ping smiled wryly. Although the Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land, it was only a first-rate force at the border of the inner land. Among the many first-rate forces in the inner land, it was considered the weakest. Very few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists would be willing to join such a first-rate force. It seems like it's time for me to trick a few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists back. Duan Ling Tian muttered. Although Duan Ling Tian was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. His words entered the ears of the crowd who had quieted down. Trick? At that moment, apart from Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug, everyone, including Luo Ping, Yu Ping and Yuan, could not help but twitch their lips. However, they thought that Duan Ling Tian was just making a casual remark. They did not think that Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. If my master says he can do it, of course, he can do it. Don't tell me you don't believe him? Gold Thug snorted coldly and asked in dissatisfaction when he saw the non-committal expression on their faces. When he left the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had obtained a lot of information about his master from Xiong Quan. He realized that the more he learned about his master, the more shocked he was. Not only was his master powerful, but he was also an inscription master. Apart from being an inscription master, he was also a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. Although he was a golden hellhound with a strong heart, he was still shocked when he found out about this. At that time, he had also confirmed one thing. His master was a human. He was not a demon like him. In the face of Gold Thug's question, the people from the Ling Tian sect, including Luo Ping and the other 2 vice sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, looked at each other. For a moment, nobody could answer Gold Thug. Gold Thug, why are you angry? These guys won't turn back until they hit a wall. When I trick them to come to them, they'll naturally believe me. In contrast to Gold Thug's anger, Duan Ling Tian was calm. He was not upset by the doubts of the people from the Yin-Yang sect at all. Please forgive us, sect leader. We're not doubting you, sect leader. It's just that what you said is just too unbelievable. Luo Ping lowered her head and bowed to Duan Ling Tian as she said respectfully, "Please forgive us, sect leader." All the elders and disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, including the Yu brothers, lowered their heads and bowed as well. Only then did they realize that their actions earlier had offended the sect leader's dignity. Duan Lingyan glanced at the people in front of him calmly and said nonchalantly, "Compared to empty words, I prefer to shut your mouths and slap your faces with facts. Let's go." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he called out to Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug and left immediately. At once, only Luo Ping, the Yu brothers, and the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were left. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and the other 3 had left, many of the Ling Tian sect's disciples began to cause a ruckus again. To be honest, I still don't believe what the sect leader said. I don't believe it either. How can a grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be deceived so easily? In my opinion, even the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who helped the sect leader refine Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills might not be able to invite them to our Ling Tian sect. Of course, those outstanding Grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists would have gone to the ancient clan or sought refuge with powerhouses like Emperor Wu if they wanted to. Most of them were still doubting what Duan Ling Tian had said earlier. They felt that Duan Ling Tian was bragging. I don't think so. I have a feeling that the sect leader doesn't seem to be lying. 3 days ago, I also thought that the sect leader was lying to us. However, today, the truth has given me a resounding slap in the face. I also think that the sect leader wouldn't lie to us. After all, just the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded this area is enough to prove that the sect leader is a man of his word. Of course, there were also a small number of people who believed in Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, whether it was those who believed in Duan Ling Tian or those who did not, all of them were looking forward to the future of the Ling Tian sect. Vice sect leaders, I recognize Junior Sister Kerr and Junior Sister Li Fei. Please send me to look for them. I know them too. Me too. Soon after, many female disciples looked at Luo Ping and the other two and said eagerly, after all, as long as they could find the 2 fiancés of the sect leader, they would be rewarded handsomely. A Grade 1 spirit weapon with an amplification of more than 90% and a Grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. They could not help but feel excited just thinking about it. Although some of them did not believe that Duan Ling Tian could trick a Grade 1 weapons craftsman and a Grade 1 alchemist to the Ling Tian sect, they still believed in the rewards that Duan Ling Tian promised. Because of this, they were eager to obtain it. Just as many disciples of the Ling Tian sect were leaving the Ling Tian peak, there was an old man hurrying on his way in the northwest direction. The old man was none other than Yun Gang, who had left the Ling Tian sect 3 days ago. He was also the guardian elder of the original Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect. Asking that Duan Ling Tian to take over the mess of the Yin Yang sect, and he needs the help of the Yin Yang sect to look for the 2 girls. I think he won't leave the Yin Yang sect behind for a while. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed. In this case, it'll be convenient for Lord Yang Chun to avenge his brother. Lord Yang Chun. When Yun Gang mentioned these 4 words, his eyes were filled with respect and awe. In Yun Gang's eyes, Yang Chun was a powerhouse that was difficult to defeat. Moreover, if Yang Chun wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye. This was because Yang Chun was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse. An ordinary 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to him. On top of that, Yang Chun had a shocking identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Most importantly, Yang Chun was Yang Hong's brother by blood. Although the peak master has always been at odds with his brother, Yang Chun, he's still a close relative. Yang Chun won't just stand by and watch if he knows that he's killed. Chapter 1161. After Yang Chun kills Duan Ling Tian and avenges his brother, I'll ask him for help and recommend me to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed with confidence. He owes me a favor, so it'll be hard for him to reject the favor I ask of him. Emperor Wu's disciple. This was Yun Gang's real purpose. When he had witnessed Yang Hong being killed by Duan Ling Tian, this thought had already appeared in his mind. He used Yang Hong's death and Duan Ling Tian to make it impossible for Yang Chun to reject his request. As for asking Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, it was just a little trick he played to make Duan Ling Tian stay in the Yin Yang sect. If he did not make such a request, Duan Ling Tian would not have stayed. At that time, it would be useless even if he looked for Yang Chun. The Cloud Continent was so big that Yang Chun might not be able to find Duan Ling Tian, who had left the Yin Yang sect to avenge Yang Hong. If he could not find Duan Ling Tian, Yang Chun would not be able to avenge Yang Hong. It would also mean that he would not owe anyone a favor. That was not what he wanted to see. For this reason, he had instigated the Yu brothers to invite Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect and tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Even when Duan Ling Tian wanted to change the name of the Yin Yang sect, he did not even bat an eyelid. This was because he knew that Duan Ling Tian would not live for long. As the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples left Ling Tian Peak to look for Ke and Li Fei, breaking news spread like a hurricane from their mouths. The Yin Yang sect has changed its name to Ling Tian sect. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, killed the former peak master of Yin Peak who was recuperating in closed-door cultivation. At the critical moment, a young expert descended from the sky and killed Yang Hong. That young expert is the current leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. For a time, with Ling Tian Peak as the center, as long as there were people in the surrounding area, such news spread everywhere. Everyone knew. The Yin Yang sect was gone. The Ling Tian sect had appeared in a domineering manner, and they had a powerful young sect leader. The news quickly spread in all directions. It did not take long for the news to spread to the south of the inner land near the Ruo Shui River. A small city stood in the south of the inner land, close to the north of the Ruo Shui River. Although the city was small, it was bustling with noise, especially the restaurants inside. Today, the small town welcomed two uninvited guests. They were two slender women in white. Both of them had veils covering their faces. However, just by looking at their exposed autumn eyes and dark eyebrows, it was enough to see that under their veils, they must be peerless beauties. Sister Ke, let's rest here for a meal before we continue our journey. One of the women who had a seductive look between her eyebrows said to the other woman who had a youthful look between her eyebrows. All right. The latter nodded lightly and agreed. The two women entered the city and found a restaurant to sit at a table in front of the window. It was rare to see women in this small city, let alone beautiful women. As soon as the two women appeared, they attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. However, although most of the customers were attracted by the two women in veils, not many of them dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Who knew if these two women were powerhouses with amazing strength? If they were, they would definitely end up dead if they dared to act presumptuously. Therefore, they did not dare to act recklessly. Soon, the atmosphere in the restaurant became noisy again. Although there were still people who were eyeing the two women in front of the window covetously, they only dared to think about it but did not dare to make a move. Hey, have you heard? The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Suddenly, a middle-aged customer's loud voice drowned out everyone's voices in the restaurant and attracted many people's attention. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that it's destroyed? At that moment, many people's eyes lit up as they looked at the middle-aged customer. At that moment, even the two women in veils sitting in front of the window could not help but glance at the middle-aged customer. Then they looked at each other. Sister Fei, we just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. Why did they say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? One of the women asked the other woman. The news outside can't be taken seriously. The other woman shook her head and replied. These two women were Ke and Li Fei who had just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. After they left the Yin Yang sect, they began to cultivate as they headed north. Their destination was Yuhan Valley, which was far north of the inner land. The Yin Yang sect is a first-rate force. How can it be destroyed so easily? The middle-aged customer continued. Then what's going on? That's right. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Many of the drinkers urged him. I'll have to start from when the peak master and a vice peak master of the Yin Yang sect went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. It said that Yang Hong, the peak master of the Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, went insane and killed the peak master and vice peak master of the Yin Yang Peak while they were recuperating. The middle-aged drinker said slowly, speaking of the peak master and the vice peak master of Yin Peak, if they were not injured, none of them would be afraid of Yang Hong. However, now that they are injured, they are no match for Yang Hong. Gasp, gasp, gasp. When the middle-aged drinker said this, there was a series of gasps in the restaurant as expected. What did the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang Peak want to do? Why did he kill the two powerhouses from his own sect? This news can't be fake, right? Many people questioned. I heard that Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang Peak, wanted to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. That's why he took the opportunity to get rid of the 2 stumbling blocks of Een Peak. The middle-aged customer said. If that's the case, it's possible. I've long heard that the person who wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect must have the ability to suppress everyone in the sect. Otherwise, the Peak Master of Een Peak and the Peak Master of Yang Peak can only control the sect together. Many people nodded. I didn't expect this news to spread here. Li Fei's autumn eyes flashed. Her red lips under the veil moved slightly as she muttered in a voice that only Kerr could hear. Sister Fei, I miss Master and Senior Sister. Kerr, who was sitting opposite Li Fei, had tears in her eyes under her pair of delicate eyebrows. She looked so pitiful that people had the urge to rush up and hug her. I miss them too. Don't worry, we'll definitely avenge them. Li Fei said seriously. Okay. Kerr nodded obediently. If that's the case, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect should be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect now. But why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that the Yin Yang sect lost 2 powerhouses and was wiped out by the other opposing forces? A voice resonated and attracted everyone's attention, including Li Fei and Kerr. At once, everyone looked at the middle-aged customer. Of course not. The middle-aged customer shook his head. There are a total of 4 strongest people in the Yin Yang sect. Apart from the 2 from Een Peak, Yang Peak also has 2. As long as the 2 from Yang Peak are there, the other forces won't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, according to rumors, the Peak Master of Yang Hong's background is not simple. As for why it's not simple, don't ask me because I don't know either. It's just hearsay. Perhaps, even in the Yin Yang sect, not many people know about the background of the Peak Master of Yang Hong. The middle-aged customer said. Go away. At once, many people looked at the middle-aged customer in disdain. Some even gave him the middle finger. Get to the point. Why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Someone looked at the middle-aged customer and urged him. Well, I'll have to start from when the Peak Master of Een Peak and the other Vice Peak Master went into closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. It said that the Vice Peak Master had 3 direct disciples who were as close as sisters. All of them were extremely beautiful. The son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak, Yang Fei, took a fancy to one of the girls. For the sake of his son, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Under the watchful eyes of Kerr and Li Fei, the middle-aged customer recounted their experience one by one. In the end, he mentioned how their senior sister, Yang Shui, died because of them and paved the way for them to pass on. Although they were mentally prepared, Kerr and Li Fei's slender bodies could not help but tremble slightly when they confirmed that senior sister Yang Shui was dead. Their autumn eyes reddened slightly. Senior sister. Kerr clenched her fists tightly. Her tears fell silently and were evaporated by her origin energy in the blink of an eye. A heroine among women. Women are not inferior to men. When the group of customers in the restaurant heard that Yang Shui did not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save her 2 junior sisters, all of them gave her a thumbs up. They were not stingy with their compliments at all. It said that Yang Hong and his son went after Yang Shui's 2 junior sisters as soon as Yang Shui was killed. At that moment, a gigantic 5-colored sword ray descended from the sky and pierced through the belly of Yang Peak, causing the magma in Yang Peak to erupt. It turned from an extinct volcano to an active one. The middle-aged customer continued. Who's so bold? At once, many people were shocked. Piercing through the belly of Yang Peak with a sword was something that almost any martial monarch powerhouse with extraordinary strength could do. However, being able to do it was one thing, and daring to do it was another. Once one did that, it would mean that one had offended the Yin Yang sect, a colossus. Unless one was extremely powerful and did not fear the Yin Yang sect, one would definitely die. Speaking of the person who did it, I'll have to mention the 2 girls who escaped under the nose of Yang Hong and his son. The middle-aged customer continued. What does it have to do with them? Many people frowned. They were puzzled and curious about this. At once, even Kerr and Li Fei, who were sitting in front of the window, temporarily suppressed their sadness and looked at the middle-aged customer together. Chapter 1162. Rumor has it that the powerhouse who destroyed Yang Peak was the fiancé of the two ladies. The middle-aged customer finished his sentence in one breath. Fiancé. The moment the middle-aged customer's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the restaurant. Young master? Kerr's exposed eyes lit up immediately, but they dimmed again soon after. She did not think her young master had the ability to destroy Yang Peak. I can't believe Yang Hong would spread such fake news just to catch us. Does he think we'll believe him just like that? Li Fei's eyes gleamed brightly as she muttered to herself. What happened after that? Many people looked at the middle-aged customer curiously and continued to ask. After that, the young powerhouse snatched the saber from Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang sect, with his bare hands and forced Yang Hong to retreat. After that, he killed Yang Hong and his son with just one blow. The middle-aged customer continued to speak. The moment the middle-aged customer's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out again. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang sect, was considered a famous person in the Ruoshui River area in the south of the inner land. However, such a person was killed with just one blow. Just how powerful was that person's cultivation? It seems like they did spread the fake news on purpose. Kerr sighed. Although she was unwilling to believe that her young master had really come to the inner land and the Yin Yang sect, she could not help but harbor some hope in her heart. Now that she heard the middle-aged customer's words, the hope in her heart completely vanished. This was because the middle-aged customer's words were too exaggerated and too ridiculous. Snatching the saber from Yang Hong with his bare hands? How powerful did he have to be to do that? Even her master, whom she admired and respected the most, might not be able to defeat Yang Hong with his full strength even if he used a spirit weapon. If her young master was really that powerful, he would undoubtedly be far more powerful than her master. She would not believe it no matter what. She did not dare to believe that all of this was true. Even if her young master's innate talent and comprehension were so high that they could be said to be heaven-defying. I think the more ridiculous thing is yet to come. Li Fei muttered. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the middle-aged drinker continued to speak. When the young powerhouse killed Yang Hong and his son, the three high-ranking officials of Yang Peak who were present at the scene were scared out of their wits. In the end, they all requested that young powerhouse to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. That young powerhouse agreed to it, but he made a request. The Yin Yang sect shall be renamed to Ling Tian sect from now on. The middle-aged drinker looked around and said slowly, Ling Tian sect? Ling Tian? What a crazy name. Many people glared at him. If all of this is true, then even if he is arrogant, he has the strength to be arrogant. How many people could have such powerful means like him? He killed one of the top higher-ups of the Yin Yang sect and even became the sect master of the Yin Yang sect. Someone else said. The appearance of the Ling Tian sect naturally means that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Now, all of you should understand why I said that, right? The middle-aged man asked as he reached the end of his sentence. Everyone nodded. Since the Yin Yang sect had been renamed to Ling Tian sect, it was only natural that it no longer existed. Perhaps, after a few decades or 100 years, nobody would remember that there used to be a first-rate force, the Yin Yang sect, in the area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land. Then, that young powerhouse became the first sect leader of Ling Tian sect. The middle-aged drinker said, Do you know the name of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? Many people asked. It said that his name is the same as the name of the Ling Tian sect. His full name is Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged drinker's eyes lit up when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, everyone present remembered this name. The newly promoted powerhouse in the area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, the leader of the first-rate force, the Ling Tian sect. On top of that, I heard that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect also issued an order. Any disciple of the Ling Tian sect who can find his two fiancées will be given a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of Grade 1 life recovery pills. The middle-aged drinker continued. The middle-aged drinker added. The eyes of the customers in the restaurant lit up when they heard this. Grade 1 spirit weapon? The sect leader of Ling Tian sect is really generous. Apart from the grade 1 spirit weapon, there's also a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If only I can find his 2 fiancées. Who knows, I might be able to receive the reward that he promised. Many people chimed in. Perhaps the reward he promised is only for the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family. Someone else said. That makes sense. Many people expressed their agreement when they heard this. All of you are wrong to think this way. The middle-aged drinker shook his head and said, I heard that the Ling Tian sect will distribute the portraits of their sect leaders' fiancés in no time. At that time, the reward will be effective to everyone. The moment the middle-aged drinker's words left his mouth, the eyes of all the customers in the restaurant lit up. Is this true? If this is the case, then this is a good opportunity for us. Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, who knows, our luck might be so good that we can find his 2 fiancés? Many people were tempted. Moreover, I heard that if we can find one of the fiancés of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, we'll be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If we can find 2 of them, we'll be rewarded with 2 grade 1 spirit weapons and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. The middle-aged drinker continued to drop a bombshell, causing the entire restaurant to be in an uproar. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons. 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. It was enough to make them go crazy. I was right. What happened after that was even more ridiculous. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she muttered to herself. Sister Fair, let's leave quickly. I have a feeling that it's not safe to stay here. Ker's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Li Fei nodded. She did not even have the time to order before she stood up and prepared to leave with Ker. However, sometimes, they could not leave just because they wanted to. Yo! 2 little beauties, where are you going? A young man of about 30 years old walked into the restaurant unknowingly. There was a middle-aged man following behind him. The former was frivolous while the latter was loyal to his duty. At this moment, the young man was staring at Ker and Li Fei with a perverted smile on his face. 2 little beauties, quickly take off the veils on your faces. If this young master takes a fancy to you, you might become this young master's 7th concubine and 8th concubine. As the young man reached the end of his sentence, he sized up Ker and Li Fei without restraint. It's the eldest young master of the Ku clan. Looks like they're going to be unlucky. Not many women who are fancied by the eldest young master of the Ku clan can escape from his evil clutches. What a pity. Many customers in the restaurant were alarmed by the commotion. Their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at Ker and Li Fei. They all felt that the 2 women were going to be unlucky. Idiot! Li Fei's beautiful eyes that were exposed outside the veil narrowed as she glanced at Ku Pai coldly. Her red lips under the veil parted slightly as she spat out 2 words rudely. After she finished speaking, she held Ker's hand and led her out without waiting for Ku Pai's reply. Stop right there. When Ku Pai saw that Li Fei ignored him and even called him an idiot, his expression turned ugly. His figure flashed as he blocked the 2 women's path at the first possible moment. You 2 bitches. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, I'll bring the 2 of you back and make you my female slaves. Ku Pai glared at Li Fei as he shouted coldly. You're courting death. Even a person made of clay would have a temper, let alone Li Fei who had a bad temper. Her gaze turned cold as she attacked Ku Pai at lightning speed. Her slender jade-like hand flashed out mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. Li Fei struck out with her palm. The sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. In the blink of an eye, her hand had already arrived in front of Ku Pai. From the beginning until the end, Ku Pai did not have time to react. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged man behind Ku Pai snorted coldly and flashed out, preparing to block Li Fei. Unfortunately, just as he moved, Ker, who was beside Li Fei, also moved. She blocked him and hit him with her palm. Boom! A loud sound reverberated, accompanied by a deafening sound of air exploding. Following the sound of air exploding, gusts of fierce wind came from the place where the two palms collided and swept through the entire restaurant. Many tables and chairs that were not occupied were sent flying. Those with low cultivations even had to squint their eyes from the wind. Boom! Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. As Kerr and the middle-aged man's palms collided, they were equally matched. Li Fei's slender jade-like hand pressed on Ku Pai's body. To be precise, it was pressed on Ku Pai's dantian. With a soft sound, Ku Pai was sent flying by Li Fei. In his dantian, origin energy poured out as if it was free of charge, similar to a deflated balloon. Bang! Ku Pai fell heavily to the ground, knocking over a few tables and chairs before he came to a stop. However, he did not care about the pain in his body and hurriedly checked his dantian. With this check, his expression changed greatly. My dantian is crippled. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. Ku Pai looked at Li Fei, his eyes filled with grief and indignation as he roared continuously. How dare you cripple my young master's danan? Don't even think about escaping. When the middle-aged man heard Ku Pai's roar of grief and indignation, his expression changed greatly. He immediately pounced on Li Fei and Kerr, ignoring the fact that Kerr's strength was on par with his. Now he only had one thought: leave the two women in front of him. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Unfortunately, in the face of Li Fei and Kerr's joint attack, he, who had used his spiritual weapon, was killed by the two women who also used their spiritual weapons. Both of you should leave quickly. The Ku clan has a huge business and is a second-rate force. It's rooted in this city, and it's not something you can afford to offend. A kind-hearted person used his origin energy to remind Li Fei and Kerr. Chapter 1163. I can't believe they're also martial monarch powerhouses. After Li Fei and Kerr left, many people sighed. It did not cross their minds at all. These two delicate-looking girls actually possessed such powerful strength. Many people who harbored evil thoughts about the two ladies felt a lingering fear in their hearts when they saw Ku Pai lying on the ground like a dead dog. This time, the Ku clan's eldest young master has been crippled and a martial monarch powerhouse has died. I'm afraid the Ku clan won't let this go easily. Someone said with a fearful expression. His words received the approval of everyone present. The Ku clan was a second-rate force. It was nothing in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. However, in this small city, the Ku clan was the absolute local tyrant. Nobody dared to provoke them. Very soon, someone who wanted to establish a relationship with the Ku clan sent the Ku clan's eldest young master, Ku Pai, whose dantian had been crippled, back to the Ku clan. It caused a commotion in the Ku clan. Subsequently, 3 of the remaining 5 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan made their move. They wanted to chase after Li Fei and Kerr, who had crippled Ku Pai's dantian and killed the Ku clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Any one of the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan was stronger than the person Li Fei and Kerr had killed together. Among the 3 of them, the stronger one was at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage while the weaker one was at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. Unfortunately, they could not find Li Fei and Kerr even after searching for a long time. Very soon, 2 portraits were sent out from the Ku clan. Each of them was a portrait of a lady wearing a veil. Other than the parts that were covered by the veil, the 2 ladies' eyebrows and eyes were clearly drawn. As long as one had seen the portrait, even if the 2 women took off their veils, one would be able to recognize them at a glance just by looking at their eyebrows and eyes. This was because the portraits were too similar. It was a coincidence. On the same day that the 2 portraits were sent out from the Ku clan, a female disciple from Ling Tian Peak happened to pass by and saw the 2 portraits. It's junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Kerr. This female disciple of the Ling Tian Peak was originally a female disciple of the Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. With a single glance, she recognized that the 2 veiled women in the portrait were Li Fei and Kerr. After asking around, she understood what was going on. They even dared to touch the fiancé of our Ling Tian sect leader. This Ku clan really doesn't want to live anymore. The female disciple of Ling Tian Peak thought to herself. However, even though she had such thoughts, She did not go to the Ku family to settle the score. She knew that she alone could not do this to the Ku family. She rushed back to the Ling Tian sect at full speed. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian received the news. He immediately brought Gold Thug to the small town where the Ku family was located. Ku family? Standing in the sky above the Ku clan estate, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Master, do you want me to annihilate the Ku family? Gold Thug asked. There's no hurry. Let me see if I can get anything out of the eldest young master of the Ku family. Perhaps I can find some clues left behind by the two girls. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, his body moved and landed in the courtyard where the eldest young master of the Ku family, Ku Pai, lived. Gold Thug followed behind Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's appearance alarmed many people. Among them were Ku Pai himself and a few servants and maids who were in charge of serving him. You're Ku Pai. Ku Pai, who was sitting in the courtyard and sunbathing, saw the purple-clad young man in front of him disappear as soon as he opened his mouth. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. Who are you? While Ku Pai's expression changed drastically, he hurriedly signaled the servants and maids with his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted them to call for help. The purple-clad young man in front of him gave him too much pressure. At once, the servants and maids around Ku Pai left the courtyard in a panic. From the beginning until the end, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Gold Thug who was following behind Duan Lingtian, nobody stopped them. It was as though they did not see them leave. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug's abilities, it was impossible that they did not notice the servants and maids leaving. It was just that they did not care. Tell me everything that happened a few days ago when you met the two girls. Duan Lingtian looked at Ku Pai calmly and said indifferently, What girls? Ku Pai did not react in time due to his panic. The two girls who crippled your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian reminded him. Those two bitches. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ku Pai finally regained his senses. He immediately recalled the two women he had met a few days ago. His heart was filled with rage as he instinctively cursed. As soon as he cursed, he regretted it. The purple-clad young man in front of him was obviously here for the two girls. If he cursed the two girls in front of him, the purple-clad young man might be unhappy. As soon as Ku Pai thought of that, he felt a cold aura coming from the purple-clad young man in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on him. He was almost suffocating from the pressure. Ah! In the next moment, he did not see the purple-clad young man and the golden-clad old man in front of him move, nor did he hear any sound. All he felt was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his shoulder. He could not help but scream in agony. When he came to his senses, he realized that one of his arms had been chopped off. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat from the pain. He looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him furiously. In the end, he could not say a word. To be more precise, he did not dare to say a word. What a joke! If the purple-clad young man could cut off his arm without making a sound, he could also kill him without making a sound. No matter how angry he was, he did not dare to provoke the purple-clad young man any further. Now, he could only hope that the servants and maids who left would bring reinforcements quickly. That was the only way he could be saved. When my father comes, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time that Ku Pai used his concept to suppress the blood flow, a cold gleam could be seen in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. I don't want to repeat what I said just now. Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as ever. It was as though he was not the one who chopped off Ku Pai's arm. When Ku Pai heard the seemingly calm words, they were like the devil's words. Horror dawned on him as he said in a panic, I'll talk. Ku Pai told him everything that happened that day. He did not dare to hide anything. After listening to Ku Pai's words, Duan Lingtian did not find any clues. For a moment, his eyes were filled with a cold gleam as he continued to stare at Ku Pai. This person dared to profane his fiancée? I've already answered you. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ku Pai said in a panic when he noticed the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His eyes and face were filled with despair. "Who's there? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Ku clan?" Just when Duan Lingtian was about to kill Kupai, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was getting closer and closer. Whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, 2 gusts of wind blew into the courtyard. 2 people appeared next to Kupai. One was a strong old man, and the other was a skinny old man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, another 3 people appeared next to Kupai. One was a bearded man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. Paita. When the bearded man saw Kupai's severed arm, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to pick up the severed arm on the ground and reattach it to his son. Boom. Unfortunately, before he could pick up his severed arm, a vast amount of energy surged out and instantly turned his severed arm into dust. It was Gold Thug who was behind Duan Lingtian. He had destroyed Kupai's severed arm. "You're seeking death." Horror dawned on the bearded man's face. At the same time, the origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow as he charged toward Gold Thug. He unleashed all of his second-level martial monarch stage techniques. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Gold Thug smirked and took a step forward. He did not seem to make any movement, but a gush of energy suddenly skyrocketed from his body and surged toward the bearded man. Boom! In an instant, the bearded man was engulfed and turned into dust. He completely disappeared from this world. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist died just like that. He did not even know how he died. "Father!" Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Kupai's face as he cried out in grief. "Clan leader!" The 2 middle-aged men who appeared with the bearded man were horrified. They did not expect the living person who was standing next to them earlier to turn into dust in just a blink of an eye. "Who are you people?" Compared to Kupai and the other 2 who had lost their composure, the 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug solemnly and asked with dread in their eyes. "You don't even know who my master is, and yet you dare to place a bounty on my 2 mistresses? You're really bold." Gold Thug looked at the 2 old men with a faint smile. "Both of you? Is there a misunderstanding?" The sturdy old man asked with a wry smile. "Yes, maybe it's really a misunderstanding." The skinny old man added. Although both of them were the strongest in the Ku clan, they were both at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Even so, they knew they would not be able to kill the clan leader of the Ku clan who was at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage in just one blow. The golden-robed old man in front of them gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. "Misunderstanding." Gold Thug smirked. With a raise of his hand, 2 drawings appeared in his hand. "You're saying this is a misunderstanding?" When they saw the 2 drawings of a veiled woman, the expressions of the 5 people from the Ku clan, including Kupai and the 2 old men, changed. Boom! The sturdy old man was the first to react. With a raise of his hand, he killed Kupai, who did not even have time to react. Kupai was the instigator of this entire incident. "Both of you, this incident is Kupai's fault. It has nothing to do with the Ku clan. Now, the Ku clan has killed Kupai to give both of you an explanation." Chapter 1164. Gold Thug. From now on, I don't want to see this Ku clan ever again. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the anxious members of the Ku clan indifferently. He did not pay any attention to them. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air. As he disappeared, he left behind a sentence. "Yes, master." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the few members of the Ku clan. However, Gold Thug's eyes lit up. Boom! Before the remaining 4 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan could react, a raging milky white flame rose from Gold Thug's body. 3 types of profundities followed him like shadows. Ever since he had fought with Duan Lingtian in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had not fought since then. He had been holding back for a long time. Now that he had the chance to fight, he could not help but feel excited. Boom! 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 Gold Thug unleashed his strength as a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The strongest among the 4 powerhouses was only at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. In just a blink of an eye, They were drowned by his strength and turned into ashes. After all the martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan were killed, it was even easier for Gold Thug to deal with the remaining people. He casually lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. A terrifying energy surged into the ground and instantly caused cracks to appear on the ground of the Ku clan's estate. Countless cracks formed a spider web and continued to spread. Boom, 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 boom. The buildings in the Ku clan's estate collapsed one after another. It was instantly turned into ruins. Only blood was left on the ground and some members of the Ku clan who were trying to escape in a sorry state. However, these members of the Ku clan could not escape from Gold Thug even if they wanted to. In just 15 minutes, the entire Ku clan's estate had been turned into ruins. Apart from Gold Thug, there was no one else left alive. What happened to the Ku clan? Oh my god! Who did this? This is too much. The commotion in the Ku clan was huge. In just a short while, it attracted everyone in the small town. When they saw the ruins of the Ku clan's estate, all of them were dumbfounded. I just passed by the Ku family mansion half an hour ago. I remember that the Ku family mansion was still in good condition. In just half an hour, the Ku clan's mansion was reduced to ruins, leaving no survivors. Who exactly did this? That person's strength is too terrifying. While many people were discussing spiritedly, their eyes were filled with fear. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my two fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Just as everyone was shocked by the destruction of the Ku family in half an hour, a loud and deep voice sounded from the horizon, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Duan Ling Tian? Could he be the leader of the Ling Tian sect that was renamed from the Yin Yang sect? Very soon, someone reacted and looked up at the first moment. Not long after, people began to look up one after another. A purple figure appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded an otherworldly aura as though he had merged with heaven and earth. He's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? He's as young as the rumors say. Many people exclaimed. After a while, everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes before the purple figure disappeared into thin air. Disappearing along with the purple figure was a golden figure that followed behind him like a shadow. The golden figure also disappeared before everyone's eyes. He's gone. At once, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Although the purple-clad young man was standing in the sky and was far away from them, they could still feel the pressure from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the purple-clad young man had left, the pressure finally disappeared. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my two fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Soon after, the words Duan Ling Tian left behind before he left began to reverberate in everyone's ears again. Based on what the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect said, it seems like the Ku family is plotting something against his two fiancés? Many people guessed. It can't be? The Ku family is so bold? Even more people found it unbelievable. A few days ago, the news that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was looking for his two fiancés had already spread to the small town they were in. They believed that the Ku family must have heard the news as well. Could it be that the Ku family dared to go against the wind and commit a crime? Would they not hesitate to offend the Ling Tian sect? That's right. Soon, someone reacted and made a reasonable judgment. As far as I know, the only thing the Ku family has done these few days is to search for the two veiled women who crippled the young master of the Ku family. Do you think those two women are the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? What? As soon as this person spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, it became noisy again. It's really possible. That's not right. I've seen those two veiled women in the restaurant before. If they are really the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, they should know that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect is looking for them. Logically speaking, they should have returned to the Ling Tian sect. But the Ling Tian sect just sent out the portraits today. It's obvious that the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect did not return. Who has the portraits? Soon, someone took out the 2 portraits from the Ling Tian sect. On the portraits were 2 beautiful women. It's really them. Soon, someone took out another 2 portraits. The 2 portraits were sent out by the Ku family. Although the 2 women in the portraits were wearing veils, their eyebrows and eyes were exactly the same as the 2 beautiful women in the portraits from the Ling Tian sect. That means they haven't returned to the Ling Tian sect yet. They must be throwing a tantrum and unwilling to return. It doesn't matter if they're throwing a tantrum. Since they haven't returned, it means we have a chance to find them. That's right. Many people were instantly excited. It was as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they rushed out of the city. It was as though they could see Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills waving at them. On this day, the small city was exceptionally lively. However, news of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, annihilating the entire Ku family in a fit of rage for his women began to spread. For a time, some people scolded Duan Lingtian for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Some people also said that Duan Lingtian was loyal and righteous. He did not hesitate to shed a river of blood in a fit of rage for his women. No matter what. This time, Duan Lingtian became famous. He was completely famous. Anyone who has designs on my 2 fiancés, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate their entire family. The Ku family is just the beginning. Duan Lingtian's words spread like wildfire among the crowd. For a time, all the unmarried women in the inner land's southern area near the Ruoshui River secretly admired Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, whom they had never met before. As a woman, if I can marry the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, I'll have no regrets in my life. This sentence gradually spread. Gradually, it was not only the unmarried women, but also a group of resentful women and married women who yearned for Duan Lingtian. A man. This is a real man. If someone can be like the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect and annihilate an entire family for me, I'll definitely kick that dead man out of my family and marry myself to him. As it turned out, the power of women was limitless. Not long after, Duan Lingtian was pushed to the forefront by them, causing Duan Lingtian to become the lover of the masses in the inner land's southern area near the Ruoshui River. If I was born 70 years earlier, I'd definitely marry the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. Even some old women who had 1 foot in the coffin would often mutter to themselves like this. When the news spread like a hurricane and reached the ears of the Duan Lingtian sect and the Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Those women are really good at ting. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect the words he said in a fit of rage would have such an impact. What? Are the 2 of you gloating? Soon after, Duan Lingtian turned around abruptly as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He glared at Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, who were secretly laughing. Feng Tianwu was the only one who stood quietly at the side. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were slightly dazed. I wonder if he'll say the same thing for me. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Sect leader, there's a person outside who says he's your friend and wants to see you. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar, helping Xiong Quan and Gold Thug out of the predicament. Both of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. My friend? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the person who came. The person who came was an old man. He was the elder of the Ling Tian sect. His cultivation base was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. However, when he faced Duan Lingtian, the old man appeared to be very respectful. He did not show any dissatisfaction at all. Yes, that's what he said. The old man nodded respectfully. Did he say what's his name? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He said his name is Qin Shao Shuai. He said that as long as I said his name, sect leader. The old man continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Are you sure he said his name is Qin Shao Shuai? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a serious gaze. The old man nodded. Where's he now? Duan Lingtian asked urgently. Chen Shao Shuai was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Sword Young Master. He had participated in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition with him back then. In the end, he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition. However, although he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition, he had decided to travel around on his own. After they parted that time, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about him. Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, had also left with Sword Young Master, Qin Shao Shuai. Until now, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about Luo Zhan. Chapter 1165. Under the lead of the Lingtian sect's elder, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the distance not long after. The figure stood there straight like a javelin, and it revealed a proud and aloof aura. It was a familiar face, but after so many years, it had become much older. The frivolity of the past was no longer there, and it was replaced by restraint and steadiness. It was as if he was a completely different person. "You bastard, why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian arrived, he had already greeted the familiar figure in the distance with a brilliant and gentle smile on his face. The familiar figure before him was none other than Qin Shao Shuai. When he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Sword Young Master, Qin Shao Shuai, was very fond of him, and they could be considered to be friends. After so many years, Duan Lingtian was rather happy to see him again. Of course, at the same time, he could not help but be shocked by Qin Shao Shuai's appearance here. This was the inner land of Cloud Continent. "Even you can appear here, why can't I?" A fierce aura tore through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao Shuai vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, long time no see." "It has indeed been a long time. However, I never imagined that the fellow who didn't even manage to obtain a spot in the Dynasty Martial competition all those years ago would actually appear in the inner land now. I presume he possesses a shocking cultivation as well." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his face was filled with surprise. "I just had a fortuitous encounter. I originally thought that I'd already left a freak like you in the dust, and I was even proud of it a few times. However, I didn't expect that you're still stronger than me like before." Qin Shao Shuai sized up Duan Lingtian, and as he finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. "Looks like your fortuitous encounter is not small. You're already at the 3rd level Martial Monarch stage." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Qin Shao Shuai as he spoke. Earlier, when he extended his spiritual energy, he immediately detected Qin Shao Shuai's current cultivation base. It was at the 3rd level Martial Monarch stage. He was quite shocked by this. As expected of the Duan Lingtian, "You were able to see through my cultivation with just one look." Qin Shao Shuai sighed. He did not seem to be too surprised. "However, so what if he's at LV3 Martial Royal Realm? Isn't he still inferior to you? Not only are you the dream lover of almost all the women in this area, you're also the leader of a first-rate force, the Lingtian sect. I heard you killed Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect? As far as I know, Yang Hong could be considered as one of the top figures among 8th-level Martial Monarch stage martial artists." As he spoke, Qin Shao Shuai looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. All those years ago, when he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian was a complete monster and freak in his eyes. After they parted ways in the Darkstone Empire, he had gone through a lot of hardships. After that, he had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to skyrocket and wander all the way. In the end, he even crossed the Ruoshui River and came to the central area of the Cloud Continent, which was the inner land. Initially, he thought he had already left Duan Lingtian far behind. Who would have thought that a piece of news would come and completely shocked him? Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he thought the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, was just a powerhouse who had the same name as the monster he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, his intuition told him that this Duan Lingtian was very likely to be the monster he knew. That was why he came to verify the doubts in his heart. As it turned out, his intuition was right. The sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, was a friend he had made in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian smiled. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land caused his mood to be extremely good. Do I even need to be well informed about this? Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. You're a famous person in your surroundings now. I heard that there are many unmarried girls that intend to enter your Lingtian sect. As for their objective, I presume you don't need me to tell you. They have an ulterior motive. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on Chen Xiaoshui's face. Right, you and Luo Zhan left together that day. You two separated later on? Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Chen Xiaoshui's words and changed the topic. It was Duan Lingtian's words that caused Chen Xiaoshui's body to shake, and his expression became even more unsightly. What? Duan Lingtian's expression became serious, and a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Luo Zhan is dead. Finally, Chen Xiaoshui spoke with a depressed and low tone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as horror dawned on his face. What's going on? How did he die? Luo Zhan was Crazy Young Master, the leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. He had a good relationship with him, and he was also the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master who had helped him many times. It was hard for him to imagine. If the old man found out about Luo Zhan's death, how painful would he be? It's all my fault. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears fell from Chen Xiaoshui's face, and his body was still trembling. That year, Luo Zhan and I traveled together all the way to the north. We passed by the Dark Han dynasty and the Darming dynasty before we finally arrived at the northern desert. After we left the northern desert, we continued to move forward. Later on, by chance, we came across the secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse, and we successfully entered it. We obtained a lot of fortuitous encounters in there. We obtained many spirit fruits, concept fragments, and profundity fragments. We even encountered the profound assimilation formation more than 10 times, Duan Lingtian said. However, just when we were about to leave, we accidentally triggered the last inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was a killing formation. Luo Zhan noticed the killing formation first and pushed me out of the area enveloped by the killing formation in time to help me escape calamity, whereas he missed the opportunity to escape because of this and was killed by the killing formation. When Chen Xiaoshui reached this point, his face turned slightly ferocious. If he didn't save me, he wouldn't have to die. He wouldn't have to die. Luo Zhan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. According to the Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, if Luo Zhan did not die, his current achievements would not be inferior to his. You don't have to be too sad. Since Luo Zhan saved you, you should live on for him. Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshui, who had a pained expression on his face, and said, I know. That's why I'll live on and do the things that he wanted to do but couldn't do anymore. In this way, I'm sure his soul in heaven will be comforted. Chen Xiaoshui nodded, and his agitated emotions calmed down a little. What's your plan now? Duan Lingtian asked. I don't know. I just came to the inner land not too long ago. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. Why don't you stay in my Lingtian sect? I'll make you an elder? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. An elder in the Lingtian sect? When Chen Xiaoshui heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. That sounds interesting. Alright, I'll stay in your Lingtian sect for the time being then. You can stay in the Lingtian sect if you want. However, I have to make a promise with you. Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshui cautiously. He still remembered. When Chen Xiaoshui was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would hang around brothels all day long. It could be said that he would not be happy without a woman. Half of the disciples in the Lingtian sect were female. He did not want Chen Xiaoshui to do anything that would bring shame to his Lingtian sect. How do we make a 3-point agreement? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned and could not react for a moment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke. His face was filled with a wry smile as he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. No matter how much I want women, I won't mess around in the Ling Tian sect. Even if I don't care about my own reputation, I still have to care about your reputation. It's good that you think that way. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few people. After calling out to Chen Xiaoshuai, Duan Ling Tian brought him to meet Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the Gold Thug. It was worth mentioning that after Chen Xiaoshuai saw Feng Tianwu, he stared at her for more than 10 breaths. This was because Feng Tianwu was just too outstanding. Her peerless appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. He only retracted his gaze when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's eyes were still on Duan Lingan. So, she's Duan Lingtian's woman. Chen Xiaoshuai's heart was filled with envy. I'll bring him to see Luo Ping. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Feng Tianwu and the other two before bringing Chen Xiaoshuai away to look for Luo Ping. Although Luo Ping was only one of the 3 deputy sect leaders in the Ling Tian sect, she was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's most trusted deputy sect leader. She was in charge of all the matters in the Ling Tian sect, no matter how big or small. She was the only deputy sect leader who could represent Duan Ling Tian. After leaving Chen Xiaoshuai with Luo Ping, Duan Ling Tian returned to Feng Tianwu and the other two. He looked at Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug immediately. Both of you announced that the Ling Tian sect is recruiting grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists. Yes, young master. Yes, master. Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug responded and left. If that's the case, I'm afraid none of the grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists will be willing to come. After Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug left, the frost on Feng Tianwu's face melted a little. She told Duan Ling Tian softly. I know. That's why we have more important matters to attend to now. Duan Ling Tian smiled. More important matters? Although Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression on her face, her heart was filled with joy because of Duan Lingtian's last sentence. He had more important matters to attend to with her. It was enough to show that she had a high place in Duan Lingtian's heart. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled and kept her in suspense. He then left the Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian sect with Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1166. In an area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, there was a bustling big city. This big city was called Ataraxia City. In this city, everything was indeed peaceful, and there was almost no fighting. Even if there were fights, they would be taken away by a group of powerful law enforcers in the blink of an eye. Nobody knew what happened to those who were taken away. However, nobody ever saw them again. The group of law enforcers who took them away was from the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. The Zhou clan was the #1 clan in Ataraxia City. It was a first-rate force. Not only did it oversee the entire Ataraxia City, but it also controlled half of the industries in Ataraxia City. As for the other half of the industries in Ataraxia City, it was controlled by a few first-rate forces. One of them was the original Yin-Yang sect, which was now known as the Ling Tian sect. Outside Ataraxia City, 2 figures followed the crowd into the city. A young man and a young woman who were like a golden couple quickly attracted the attention of many people. What a handsome young man. The lady next to him has a peerless appearance. She can be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Many people whispered among themselves. The people who entered Ataraxia City were Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who had just left the Ling Tian sect this morning. Although Duan Lingtian was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, and his name was well known in the surrounding area, not many people had actually seen him before. Therefore, nobody could recognize him when he walked on the crowded street in Ataraxia City. Didn't you find any useful clues when you went there last time? Feng Tianwu suddenly asked. Her question was very abrupt. However, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was asking about. They were very careful. They didn't leave any clues behind. Feng Tianwu was silent. After a while, she said, "You'll meet them again." Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was slightly solemn. "Tianwu, do you know why I'm here?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression relaxed as he changed the topic. The Zhou clan's large-scale auction. Feng Tianwu spoke very little, but she hit the nail on the head, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He was greatly surprised. How did you guess? When we entered the city, many people were talking about it. Feng Tianwu said. Her words were very clear. When she entered the city earlier, she heard many people discussing the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan's auction square was holding today. Therefore she guessed. The purpose of Duan Lingtian's trip this time was also the large-scale auction that was held every 3 months by the Zhou family's auction house. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Duan Lingtian sighed. That's right. My goal this time is precisely the large-scale auction that the Zhou family is holding today. Speaking of which, I have already been waiting for this day for a few days. In Ataraxia City, there was only one auction house, which was controlled by the Zhou clan. Every 3 months, a large-scale auction would be held. As for small auctions, they were held every day. A few days ago, after learning about the existence of Ataraxia City and the Zhou clan, as well as the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan would hold every 3 months, Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this day. And now, he had finally waited for this day. Let's go. Let's go to the Zhou clan's auction square. The auction will begin in an hour. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before he turned right and walked forward. Although it was his first time in Ataraxia City, he seemed to be very familiar with the place. Feng Tianwu could not help but feel surprised. Have you been here before? No, it's my first time here. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. It was indeed his first time here. The reason he seemed to be very familiar with the place was because Luo Ping had prepared a layout map of the entire Ataraxia City for him a few days ago. The map indicated the few properties of the Ling Tian sect in Ataraxia City and the location of the Zhou clan's auction square. Therefore, since Duan Lingtian had memorized the layout map, it was natural for him to be very familiar with the way to the Zhou clan's auction square since he had already memorized the route. After learning everything from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. I heard that the Zhou clan's auction square is different from the ordinary auction square. It's an open-air auction square. On the way, Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the Zhou clan's auction square. At this moment, the place was already crowded with people. Most of them were here to watch the show while a small number of them were here to participate in the auction. Let's go over there. Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu to the other side. Soon after, independent pavilions appeared before their eyes. A spacious path that was paved with bluestone allowed people to move freely on it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the entrance of the bluestone paved path. They saw a delicate and pretty lady standing on each side of the path. They were dressed plainly and had a smile on their faces. It was as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. Dear guests, are you here to auction off something? One of the ladies asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Her voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. I'm here to auction off 2 items. Duan Lingtian nodded. May I know what you're here to auction off? The auction is about to begin, but ordinary auction items are not allowed to be auctioned off at this time. The woman asked first, then continued, Don't worry. When she reached the end of her sentence, she undoubtedly revealed another meaning. At this time, the Zhou clan's auction square would not auction off ordinary auction items. I'm here to auction off a grade 1 spirit weapon and a grade 1 life recovery pill. Duan Lingtian said calmly as though he was not affected by the lady's words at all. Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill? Dear guest, I'm really sorry. At this time, our Zhou clan will only auction off items that are qualified to be the finale. The lady said apologetically. In her opinion, although a grade 1 spirit weapon was precious, it was not qualified to be the finale item of the Zhou clan's auction square's auction that was held once every 3 months. As for a grade 1 life recovery pill, it was even less qualified. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the lady's reaction. He said nonchalantly, what if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The two ladies standing in front of him narrowed their eyes, and their faces turned solemn. "Dear guest, can you take out your grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? If it's really like what you said, I'll bring you backstage and get someone to appraise the grade 1 life recovery pill that you brought." Although one of the ladies did not quite believe Duan Lingtian's words, she still said that in an attempt to make Duan Lingtian back off. Any martial artist with origin energy in their body could test how much a grade 1 spirit weapon could increase one's strength. As for the purity of a grade 1 pill, one would have to get a professional alchemist to appraise it. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that if he rejected the lady's request at this time, it would mean that he was guilty. It was impossible for the lady to believe that he had a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. For this reason, he casually handed the grade 1 spirit weapon that he had prepared to the lady. It was a grade 1 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had casually refined a few days ago. It could increase one's strength by 90%. The lady who thought Duan Lingtian would back off was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian handing over a grade 1 spirit weapon. Really? However, as a member of the Zhou clan's auction square, she quickly regained her senses and took the grade 1 spirit sword from Duan Lingtian. As the lady's hand shook, the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand let out a crisp sword cry. Soon after, a gush of origin energy surged out of the lady's hand and merged with the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand. For a moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the lady's head as though they were telling her that her cultivation base was at the 7th level void transformation stage. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. A total of 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, no more and no less. A 90% increase. The other lady's eyes narrowed when she saw the scene before her. Shock was written all over her face. The lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword was also dumbfounded. She did not expect a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% would really exist in this world. Soon after, the two ladies regained their senses. After looking at each other, the lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword returned the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand to Duan Lingtian. There was a 180-degree change in her attitude. "Dear guests, please follow me." As the lady spoke, she led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu along the bluestone-paved road and went straight ahead. Such a grade 1 spirit weapon was qualified to be the finale of the auction today. There were pavilions on both sides of the bluestone road. Many people were seated inside. They were the people who came to participate in the auction held by the Zhou clan's auction square today. As they walked forward, Duan Lingtian was also curiously sizing up the Zhou clan's auction square in front of him. The Zhou clan's auction square looked very grand and elegant. It did not feel oppressive at all. The auction environment was extremely quiet. At the end of the bluestone road was the high platform of the Zhou clan's auction square. It was also the auction stage. Behind the auction stage, there were two pieces of red cloth that looked like curtains hanging on a metal frame that was prepared beforehand. One would be able to reach the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. "Dear guests, this way please." However, the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here did not bring them to the backstage of the auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. If that was the case, they would undoubtedly be a huge target. At that time, perhaps everyone present would know that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were here to put up their items for auction. As the saying went, one should not reveal one's wealth. This was not a good thing. The lady brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu around. After taking a few hidden turns, they finally entered a secluded passage and successfully arrived at the backstage of the auction square. However, this could only be considered as the outer area of the backstage of the auction square. This was because there were a few pieces of red cloth that were hung on the metal frame. It made the backstage of the auction square even more mysterious. This must be the place to receive people who put up their items for auction. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 1167. Dear guests, please wait for a moment. The lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu over parted the red cloth and walked in after greeting the both of them. Her body disappeared into the red cloth. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were left outside. Both of them waited quietly. They even set up a soundproof inscription formation. Soon after, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and discovered a simple inscription formation shrouding the huge shed that was made of iron frames and covered with red cloth. Naturally, it was only simple in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an inscription formation that was used for soundproofing. No matter how loud the commotion in the huge shed was, the people outside would not be able to hear anything at all. Therefore, it was almost impossible to eavesdrop on the auction items that the Zhou clan's auction square had prepared. The huge shed was brightly lit, and figures were busy inside. The lady who parted ways with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was stopped by the middle-aged man as soon as she walked in. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? Don't you know the rules?" Deputy Manager Zhou Li. The lady immediately bowed when she saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was one of the deputy managers in the Zhou clan's auction square. He was usually in charge of the order in the auction square. If someone were to cause trouble, he would be the one to settle it. "I'm asking you, what are you doing here at this time?" Zhou Li asked impatiently. "There are two guests who brought two auction items. They want to put them up for auction at our Zhou clan's auction square today." The lady immediately replied, not daring to be negligent. Zhou Li's eyes lit up when he heard the lady's words. At this time, their Zhou clan's auction square would only accept auction items that were qualified to be the finale. Since the person before him had brought the guests who brought the auction items, it meant that the two auction items were not bad. "Bring me out to have a look," Zhou Li said to the lady. Although Zhou Li was not in charge of this, the lady did not dare to reject him since he had said so. She immediately brought him out. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu waited outside. After a while, they saw the woman come out again. Behind the woman was a middle-aged man. "Dear guests, this is our Zhou family's auction house's vice manager, Zhou Li." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced. At this moment, Zhou Li's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu's body and could not move away. It was the first time he had seen such a devastatingly beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. It wasn't until Feng Tianwu frowned that Zhou Li withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "I wonder what the two of you want to auction?" "She didn't tell you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Li and asked. Zhou Li looked at the woman beside him. "Vice Manager Zhou Li, these two guests are here to auction a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill." As the woman spoke, she wanted to explain the extraordinariness of the two items. However, before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Zhou Li. "Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill?" Zhou Li looked at the woman and was furious. "Is this your first day working at our Zhou family's auction house? Don't tell me you don't know that the large-scale auction that our Zhou clan's auction fair holds every 3 months doesn't accept items that are not the finale before the auction begins? Or perhaps, in your eyes, a mere Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill can be used as the grand finale of the large-scale auction held by our Zhou clan's auction square every 3 months? Zhou Li questioned the woman again and again. In the end, his tone became more and more hostile. Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 pill. Although they were considered precious items, they were still considered as precious items. However, in the inner land, as long as one was a powerful force, one could obtain a Grade 1 pill as long as one paid more origin stones or other precious items. As for Grade 1 spirit weapons, although it was more difficult to obtain compared to Grade 1 pills, it was still possible. For this reason, these two items were not qualified to be the finale of the large-scale auction that the Zhou family's auction house holds every 3 months. Deputy Manager Zhou Li, the Grade 1 spirit weapons brought by these two guests are different from the ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapons. The woman who could not interject for a long time after being questioned by Zhou Li was so anxious that her face flushed red. "What's the difference?" Zhou Li snorted. The Grade 1 spirit weapon brought by this guest is a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. I've already tested it. It's indeed a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. The woman hurriedly explained. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%? She even tested it? Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. A bright smile bloomed on his originally gloomy face. Both of you, I wonder if you can take out that Grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? Zhou Li asked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly before he casually took out the Grade 1 spirit sword from earlier and handed it to Zhou Li. After Zhou Li obtained the Grade 1 spirit sword, he began to test it. In the end, he discovered that it was indeed a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. It should be noted that an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 87% was already considered good. If it could increase one's strength by 88%, it would be considered a rare item. If it could increase one's strength by 89%, it would be considered a superb item. If it could increase one's strength by 90%, it would undoubtedly be the best of the best. At once, Zhou Li's breathing quickened. He carefully examined the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. The best of the best. After a while, Zhou Li gently caressed the body of the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. Judging from the intoxicated look on his face, it was as though he was caressing his lover instead of a cold object. Perhaps, compared to an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon, this Grade 1 spirit weapon could not increase one's strength by much. It was not a big deal. However, the value of this Grade 1 spirit weapon did not lie in its ability to increase a martial artist's strength. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was rare in the world. In the eyes of those Grade 1 weapon craftsmen, it was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. If one used this Grade 1 spirit weapon to tempt a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, they would definitely agree to refine hundreds of Grade 1 spirit weapons for them. A Grade 1 spirit weapon like this was a treasure to any Grade 1 weapon craftsman. Perhaps he could learn the refining method of this Grade 1 spirit weapon and refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. Then he would become famous on Cloud Continent and go down in history. A Grade 1 weapon craftsman basically did not lack anything. What they lacked was the testimony of history, the testimony of their existence. Even if hundreds or thousands of years later, everyone would forget about them, they would still remember their glory for hundreds or thousands of years. In that case, they would not have wasted their time in this world. Vice Manager Zhou Li, right? Is my Grade 1 spirit sword qualified to be auctioned at the Zhou clan's auction fair now? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly. Of course. Zhou Li nodded without hesitation. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Sir, you have another Grade 1 life recovery pill that you want to auction? Can you take it out for me to appraise? After seeing the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%, Zhou Li was very curious about the Grade 1 life recovery pill that the person in front of him brought. He had a strong intuition. The Grade 1 life recovery pill should be similar to the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. It was not an ordinary item, and it was not something an ordinary Grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. You. Duan Lingtian shook his head after studying Zhou Li for a while. It's better to get an alchemist to appraise it. Sir, Vice Manager Zhou Li is an alchemist. At this moment, the lady next to Zhou Li said. For a moment, a proud smile appeared on Zhou Li's face. However, his smile froze soon after because of what Duan Lingtian said next. You're an alchemist? What grade are you? Duan Lingtian studied Zhou Li from head to toe before he said with a frown, You'll need at least a Grade 2 alchemist to be able to see through the purity of a Grade 1 pill. Sir, I'm a Grade 3 alchemist. Although I can't completely see through the purity of a Grade 1 pill, I can still tell. Zhou Li took a deep breath before he replied. Grade 3 alchemist? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Soon after, he relaxed and said nonchalantly, Forget it, I'll just make do with it. Forget it? Make do with it? The corner of Zhou Li's mouth twitched violently. He suppressed the anger in his heart and forced a smile on his face. In that case, please take out the pill for me to appraise. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had prepared earlier to Zhou Li. Zhou Li took the grade 1 life recovery pill and studied it intently. His gaze went from confusion to astonishment, and then to shock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Finally, Zhou Li exclaimed in a low voice. The lady standing next to Zhou Li was shocked as well. A grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Did such a grade 1 pill really exist? If a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost to a martial artist was not any less powerful than an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon, its value lay more in the desire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman for it. However, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was not only as valuable as a grade 1 life recovery pill, but its medicinal effect was also several times better than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a grade 1 life recovery pill could save a life at a critical moment. It could do things that an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill could not. In terms of value, this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was far more valuable than the grade 1 spirit sword with a boost of 90%. Dear customer, where did you get this grade 1 life recovery pill? Do you have more? Chapter 1168. Although the greed in Zhou Li's eyes only flashed for a moment, it did not escape the observant Duan Lingtian's eyes. There's nothing else. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhou Li's question. I found these 2 items in a ruin. At that time, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the 3rd item. You mean, you only have one of these spirit tools and one of these pills? Zhou Li asked as he weighed the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian nodded faintly, giving off a dull feeling. However, there was a subtle sneer on the corner of his mouth. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an ancient bronze mirror appeared in Zhou Li's hand. He aimed the mirror at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Demon revealing mirror. With just one look, Duan Lingtian could tell that the bronze mirror in Zhou Li's hand was not an ordinary mirror. It was a mirror that could reflect a demon's true form. Soon after, Zhou Li's gaze landed on the bronze mirror. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw a man and a woman reflected in the mirror. They're not demons. He was certain of this at the first moment. The young man and young woman in front of him were not demons but humans. One was around 25 years old while the other was in her early 20s. Even if such humans had high innate talent and comprehension, they could not be that strong. Vice Manager Zhou Li. Just as Zhou Li put away the demon-revealing mirror, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His voice was much colder. Don't you know that it's very impolite to randomly point the demon-revealing mirror at people? On Cloud Continent, the demon-revealing mirror was not considered a rare item. However, it had a shocking effect. Once the demon-revealing mirror was used, it could reflect whether a human was a demon or not. If a demon transformed into a human, once it was reflected in the demon-revealing mirror, its true form would appear instead of its human form. It was precisely because of this that very few people on Cloud Continent would abruptly use the demon-revealing mirror on others because it was very impolite. Manners? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhou Li was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but sneer. Do I need to be polite to liars like you? Liar! Hearing Zhou Li's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits. As for Feng Tianwu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, it was as if a layer of frost had covered her peerless face. Now, she was even colder, revealing traces of a dense chill. Just as the woman beside Zhou Li couldn't help but be stunned, Zhou Li raised his hand and put away the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill into his storage ring. If you don't want to die, both of you, scram as far as you can. Zhou Li shouted coldly with killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. It was obvious that Zhou Li was going to openly snatch Duan Lingtian's grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill away. He had taken out the demon-revealing mirror to shine on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu because he wanted to confirm whether they were demons or not. Since they were not, they were no threat to him at all. He could openly steal the items that they were going to auction. After he finished speaking, Zhou Li no longer bothered with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. He looked deeply at the woman beside him and said indifferently, "Follow me in." The woman's face turned slightly pale when she heard this, but she still obediently followed Zhou Li into the auctions backstage. "I want him dead." Feng Tianwu's voice was cold. She took a step forward and was ready to chase after him. "You're no match for him." Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Feng Tianwu's hand in time to stop her. "It's not easy for me, Duan Lingtian, to return his things after taking them." When Feng Tianwu turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself. His tone was cold. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and entered the auctions backstage. Feng Tianwu followed behind him. At once, both of them became the center of attention at the auctions backstage. Since they were outsiders, they were strangers to the people at the Zhou clan's auction square. "Who are you people?" Many people frowned and asked. "Who are we people?" Duan Lingtian smirked. His eyes immediately landed on Zhou Li, who was standing at the side. He said calmly, "You should ask Vice Manager Zhou Li about this." At once, Zhou Li became the center of attention. "Zhou Li, what's going on?" Soon after, a dignified old man in a silver robe stepped forward and looked at Zhou Li. He frowned and asked in displeasure, "Manager." Zhou Li did not dare to be negligent in front of the silver-robed old man. He greeted him respectfully. The silver-robed old man was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square. After greeting the silver-robed old man, Zhou Li looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu calmly and said, "They're just two liars. I'll get rid of them immediately." He did not seem surprised that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would appear here. "I wanted to let both of you go. Since both of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At the same time, Zhou Li's eyes turned cold as he spoke slowly. His voice was filled with killing intent. "Hurry up and settle this matter. The auction will begin in half an hour. Don't create unnecessary trouble." "Don't cause any unnecessary trouble," the silver-robed old man said as he looked at Zhou Li indifferently. Zhou Li quickly responded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu again. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If the Zhou clan doesn't hand over my things today and give me a satisfactory answer, the Zhou clan's auction square can forget about holding the auction today." Duan Lingtian's face was calm in the face of Zhou Li, who was glaring at him covetously. However, his voice was extremely loud. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The Zhou clan's people backstage, including the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man, had a change of expression. They looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Threat? It was a blatant threat. This purple-clad young man was threatening their Zhou clan's auction square, threatening their Zhou clan. "Boy, you're seeking death." Zhou Li's face darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. He moved and was prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Manager, what are you doing?" The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was a silver figure. It was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Are you threatening our Zhou clan?" "You can interpret it that way." Duan Lingtian replied casually to the silver-robed old man's question. It was as though he was not worried about what the Zhou clan would do to him. "You're very bold," the silver-robed old man said. "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm bold. However, I feel that I'm in the right. I think the Zhou clan should be a fair clan. I don't think they'll cover up for some vermin." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li as he spoke. "What nonsense are you talking about?" When Zhou Li saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. He was furious. "You're in the right for deceiving our Zhou clan's auction square? Zhou Li looked at the silver-robed old man after he finished speaking. Manager, you should go and prepare for the auction. Let me handle this small matter. I'll make them disappear immediately. When Zhou Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu as though he was looking at two dead people. There's no rush. I just want to know what's going on. The silver-robed old man looked at Zhou Li and asked. When Zhou Li heard this, he immediately looked at a lady nearby. It was the lady who brought Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu over. You come here. Tell the manager what's going on. When the lady heard Zhou Li calling her over, her expression changed slightly. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and calmed down before she walked toward Zhou Li. The silver-robed old man frowned in confusion. Manager, she's the one who brought them over? It's better for you to listen to her about the details. Zhou Li explained. The silver-robed old man nodded faintly. At the same time, he looked at the lady who was standing in front of him. Speak. Yes, Sir Manager. The lady was obviously a little restrained when she faced the old man. After she acknowledged his order, she said slowly, Sir Manager, these two guests said they wanted to auction off 2 items. Then, I told them that unless they had something that was qualified to be the finale, they're not allowed to enter the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square at this time. When the lady reached this part of her sentence, she looked at the man and woman who were looking at her coldly. There was a hint of guilt and helplessness in the depth of her eyes. Dear guests, I'm sorry. I really have no other choice. Deputy Manager Zhou Li said that if I don't do as he says, not only will he kill me, but he'll kill my family as well. At the same time, the lady sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's ears. At once, Feng Tianwu's face darkened. The killing intent in her eyes intensified when she looked at Zhou Li. Although Duan Ling Tian maintained a calm expression on his face, there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Not only did he covet his items, but he even used such a despicable method to threaten a weak lady. In his heart, he had already sentenced Zhou Li to death. If Zhou Li did not die, he would not be able to vent his anger. These two guests said that the items they wanted to auction off were treasures that were qualified to be the finale. Therefore, I brought them to the auction area and looked for Deputy Manager Zhou Li to appraise them. The lady continued to speak. When Deputy Manager Zhou Li met them and asked them to take out their items for him to appraise, they hesitated for a long time and did not take out anything in the end. Chapter 1169. As soon as the woman finished speaking, it caused a commotion at the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Deceiving the Zhou clan's auction fair is the same as deceiving the Zhou clan. Vice Manager Zhou Li has already done his best to ask you to scram. How dare you accuse him of taking your things? You deserve to die. This is the first time in my life that I've heard of such a shameless person. The Zhou clan members were filled with righteous indignation as they glared at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Their words were not polite at all. The silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, had a gloomy expression on his face after he heard the woman's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Regardless of whether I have anything else to say. Now, if I were to say something, would you believe me?" Duan Lingtan asked as he looked at the silver-robed old man indifferently. From the beginning until the end, his expression remained calm as if he did not realize the impending danger. Or perhaps he was not afraid of the impending danger at all. "Manager, why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's get rid of them. We should start preparing for the auction," Zhou Li said. "Don't you all agree?" Then, Zhou Li looked at the rest of the people backstage. "Kill them." They slandered Manager Zhou Li and looked down on the Zhou clan. They deserve to die. That's right. They deserve to die. Zhou Li's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the atmosphere backstage. Each of the Zhou clan members wanted to skin Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu alive and swallow them whole. It was only when the silver-robed old man raised his hand that the backstage quietened down. "I would like to hear what you have to say." The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke unhurriedly. "Manager, there's no need to waste time on such liars." Zhou Li frowned when he heard the old man's words. His eyes were filled with viciousness. I think we should just kill him. As he spoke, Zhou Li took a step forward and stood next to the old man. He was about to attack Duan Lingtian. However, he was stopped by the old man. What? Vice Manager Zhou Li, are you feeling guilty? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li with a smile, which made Zhou Li's hair stand on end. Zhou Li's face darkened, but he still snorted and said, "What am I guilty of? Could it be that I, Zhou Li, can really take your things? It's not up to you to decide whether or not you took my things." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change. Naturally, it's not up to me to decide. Didn't you hear what the people who brought you here said? You are all liars. You are here to cause trouble for our Zhou clan's auction house. Zhou Li sneered. Really? Duan Lingtian gave Zhou Li a deep look. Then he raised his hand, revealing a sword and a pill. Didn't you ask me if I had any other spirit tools and pills? I'm sorry, I forgot that I still have them in my spatial ring. Zhou Li's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the spirit sword and pills. However, his eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're the manager of the Zhou clan's auction house, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed old man and casually passed the sword and medicinal pill in his hand to him. Earlier, your subordinate, Zhou Li, took one of my Grade 1 spirit swords and Grade 1 life recovery pills for himself. What a joke! Before the old man could say anything, Zhou Li sneered. Do you think our Zhou clan lacks a mere Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill? Why would we need to take yours for ourselves? I don't know if the Zhou clan lacks them or not. However, I think you do. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. You're seeking death. Zhou Li could no longer hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was completely enraged. When the old man reached out to take the Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill from Duan Lingtian, the origin energy on Zhou Li's body skyrocketed. His profundity followed like a shadow as he shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Zhou Li, the silver-robed old man who had just taken the spirit sword and pills, did not expect Zhou Li would ignore his advice and attack Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically, and he felt his dignity was being challenged. However, it was too late for him to save the purple-clothed young man now. Zhou Li's attack was too sudden. It was so sudden that he did not even have time to react. Boom! Soon after, a loud explosion reverberated in the air. Everyone in the Zhou clan thought the purple-clad young man had been killed by Zhou Li. However, as the sound of the explosion reverberated in the air and a gust of wind blew, they were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man was standing there, unharmed. On the other hand, Zhou Li was curled up on the ground and rolling on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You destroyed my Dantian. You're so cruel. You're so cruel. Zhou Li screamed hysterically as he held his lower abdomen in pain and rolled on the ground. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Lingtian and shouted hysterically. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Everyone in the Zhou clan who was present knew Zhou Li very well. Zhou Li was an elder in their Zhou clan. He was only in his 50s, but he was already at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. His strength was shocking. However, today, such a person had his Dantian destroyed in front of a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s. Don't you think you've gone overboard? The silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Overboard? Duan Lingtian smiled. He stole my Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 medicinal pills, and he even wanted to kill me. Now, I've only destroyed his cultivation base. Do you think I've gone overboard? The matter hasn't been settled yet. The silver-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully and said in a deep voice, I've worked with Zhou Li for many years, so I know him quite well. It's impossible for a mere Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill to arouse his greed. That's right. I think so too. Many people from the Zhou clan nodded in agreement. They glared at Duan Lingtian angrily, but none of them dared to make a move. Similar to the silver-robed old man, They were shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Zhou Li's Dantian was destroyed in just one blow. Even the silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, was afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Supervisor Zhou Ji, kill him. Avenge me! Avenge me! Zhou Li, who was in so much pain that he was almost numb, finally stopped rolling on the ground. He looked at the silver-robed old man with cold sweat on his forehead as he urged in a shrill voice. The silver-robed old man was the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square. His name was Zhou Ji. If it's just an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill, naturally he wouldn't be so greedy. However, do you think my Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill that are qualified to be the finale of your auction are ordinary? Duan Lingtian said calmly. His expression remained unchanged in the face of Zhou Ji's doubts. Horror dawned on Zhou Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Everyone from the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji, had their eyes on the Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. Isn't it just a Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill? What's the difference? Many people were skeptical. When Zhou Ji raised his hand, pure origin energy surged into the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. At once, a clear and melodious sword chime resonated in the air. One could tell it was a good sword just by listening to the sword chime. Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared above Zhou Ji's head. It was as though it was telling everyone that his cultivation base was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 9,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. A 90% boost. While most of the people were still studying the group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes and trying to figure out how many of them there were, Zhou Ji finally regained his senses and cried out in surprise. A 90% boost? The entire place was in an uproar. They had never seen or heard of a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost before. However, it had appeared before their eyes today. Lord Manager, can this Grade 1 spirit sword really amplify my strength by 90%? Many people swallowed their saliva and asked with difficulty. What? Are all of you doubting my words? Zhou Ji glared at these people before he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He asked in a daze, "May I ask who made this Grade 1 spirit sword?" This was casually refined by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman in my sect. What do you think? Can it be the finale of the auction that your Zhou clan's auction square is holding today? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly after he finished speaking. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded immediately. Then, his eyes landed on the Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. Zhou, and you're a Grade 2 alchemist. Take a look at this Grade 1 life recovery pill. While the crowd was still in shock over the Grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand, Zhou Ji looked at a white-haired old man and casually tossed the Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to him. After the old man called Zhou and received the Grade 1 life recovery pill, he began to examine it carefully. His body began to tremble violently with just a glance. What's wrong with Elder Zhouan? Don't tell me there's something special about the Grade 1 life recovery pill? It must be. With the Grade 1 spirit sword as an example, the Zhou clan members present on the scene no longer dared to underestimate the Grade 1 life recovery pill that was also in the hands of the purple-clad young man. The purity is 91%. This is a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Zhou exclaimed excitedly when he regained his senses after a while. His body stopped trembling. The moment Zhou's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. A Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%? Heavens! Chapter 1170. Trying to escape? While the Zhou clan's people backstage were still shocked by the Grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity, a calm voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and used an invisible force to grab Zhou Li, who was trying to escape from the backstage of the auction house. Duan Lingtian's hand was in a chokehold. Zhou Li seemed to be choked by the invisible force as well. His face was red as he hovered in the air. His eyes were wide open, and he could not make a sound for a long time. "Sir, please have mercy." Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly said, "Have mercy?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Ji indifferently and asked, "Do you think that's possible?" "Sir, Zhou Li is the only son of our Zhou clan's Grand Elder. It won't do you any good if you kill him." Zhou Ji decided to use force when he saw that the soft approach did not work. Then, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know how powerful their Zhou clan's Grand Elder was, he continued to say, "Our Zhou clan's Grand Elder is one of the top powerhouses in our Zhou clan. He's at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Although I'm a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I'll definitely die if I go up against our Zhou clan's Grand Elder." Zhou Ji continued to exaggerate how powerful the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was. Zhou clan's Grand Elder? 8th level martial monarch stage? However, Duan Lingtian did not buy Zhou Ji's words at all. After glancing at Zhou Ji indifferently, he suddenly withdrew his hand that was in a chokehold. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking resonated in the air. It was not loud, but it shocked everyone apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Horror dawned on everyone in the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji. Boom! Zhou Ji, whose neck was crushed by Duan Lingtian, fell to the ground. The profundity fragment in his body had become Duan Lingtian's possession. His spatial ring was also in Duan Lingtian's hands. Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. He dared to kill the only son of the great elder of the Zhou clan. As far as he was concerned, this young man was finished, completely finished. Most of the Zhou family members had the same idea as Zhou Ji. However, a small portion of the Zhou clan did not think so. From the moment he entered the backstage of our auction house, his expression remained calm. He never showed any signs of panic. At first, I thought he was doing it on purpose. Only now did I realize that he didn't take us seriously at all. Even now, when he killed Zhou Li, the only son of our Zhou clan's great elder, his face did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. It seems that he is not afraid of the great elder. Not afraid of the Grand Elder? Then how strong is his background? Earlier he said that the Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification was refined by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman from his sect. A sect with such a Grade 1 weapons craftsman must not be an ordinary sect. Perhaps he's a disciple from a first-rate sect in the central area of the Inner Land. A small portion of the Zhou clan members whispered among themselves. The Inner Land could be considered as the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. The central area of the Inner Land, on the other hand, was the core of the Cloud Continent. There were even more powerhouses there. Upon hearing the whispers of the Zhou clan members, most of the Zhou clan members, including Zhou Ji, felt that they made sense. Their expressions turned solemn in unison. That was right. It was impossible for a Grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification to join an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was also a first-rate force, it could only be ranked at the bottom among all the first-rate forces in the Inner Land. It was at the bottom of the first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the central area of the Inner Land, the stronger the first-rate forces there were. "May I know which sect you're from, sir?" Zhou Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. "It won't take long for you to find out which sect I'm from. Now, take my things out of Zhou Li's spatial ring so that your Zhou clan members won't say that I'm framing him." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Zhou Ji's question. He raised his hand and tossed Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze before performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a medicinal pill from it. Although they were mentally prepared, The Zhou clan members who were present were in an uproar when they saw Zhou Ji taking out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Li's corpse in disdain. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan. He's even the Grand Elder's son. He's a disgrace to the Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li was already a corpse, many people still mocked him. Put the sword and medicinal pill back. Remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and return it to me. As for the sword and medicinal pill from before, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction them for me, I'll hand them over to you. If you're not willing, I'll take them and leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Ji and said nonchalantly, "Of course we're willing." Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation, "Not only that, the Zhou clan's auction fair will auction these 2 items for free." As he spoke, Zhou Ji placed the sword and medicinal pill back into the spatial ring left behind by Zhou Li. Then, he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Lingtian. "If that's the case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Ji deeply. "You're welcome." Faced with this young man who was not afraid of their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent before he knew his background. He was deeply afraid that he would offend someone he could not afford to offend. "Also, how do you want to deal with her?" Zhou Ji asked Duan Lingtian as he looked at the woman who was standing at the side and trembling in fear. Thump. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the woman knelt in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed loudly. "Customer, I know I'm in the wrong. It's only right for you to take my life. However, I hope that after I die, you'll be merciful and let my family go." The woman kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, she was not begging for mercy for herself. Instead, she was begging for mercy for her family. She was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on her family. "Since you explained the reason to me using your voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about it with you," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "Thank you, customer." "Thank you." The woman hurriedly thanked him. "Since the customer won't make a fuss about it, why aren't you getting up? The auction is about to begin. Why aren't you bringing the customer to the VIP area? You better serve the customer well. Otherwise, don't ever come here again." Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the woman was still kneeling on the ground. Yes. The woman regained her senses when she heard Zhou Ji's words. She hurriedly stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. "Customer, please follow me." She led the way while Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair fell into a dead silence again. "You, bring Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Also, inform the clan leader of what happened today. Tell him not to alarm the Grand Elder who's in closed-door cultivation and not to make a move before he finds out the background of the purple-clad young man." Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples and said with a fearful expression, "I have a feeling he's not as simple as he seems." The Zhou clan's disciples responded respectfully when they heard Zhou Ji's words. They carried Zhou Li's body and left. "Everyone, make your preparations. The auction is about to begin," Zhou Ji said to the others. Everyone responded one after another. On the other side, under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu successfully arrived at the area closest to the auction stage. It was also the so-called VIP area. There were many individual pavilions here as well. Some of the pavilions only had one person while others had groups of 3 to 5 people chatting happily. It was obvious they had come together. "There's someone wearing a mask?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It was as though they were afraid of being recognized. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what they were thinking. They were worried that if they bid for something in the auction, it would attract the attention of others. If they wore a mask, nobody would know they were the ones who bid for the item. At that time, they could take off their masks and leave as though nothing had happened. "Customer, please." The woman led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu into an empty pavilion. There was a stone table and stone stools in the pavilion. There were fine wines, delicacies, and fresh fruits on the stone table. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down, The woman stood guard in front of the pavilion and said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, "Customer, if you need anything, you can call me at any time." After she finished speaking, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion. There were many pavilions in the VIP area. However, only the pavilion where Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were standing guard was guarded by people from the Zhou clan's auction fair. For a time, this pavilion that stood out like a crane among chickens attracted the attention of many people. Who's so arrogant? He even has someone to serve him. Many people were curious. A young man dressed in brocade clothes sat in a pavilion not far away from Duan Lingtian's pavilion. Behind the young man, an old man stood there like a shadow. "I'd like to see who can make the Zhou clan treat him like this. Even I, the young master, am not served." The young man in brocade clothes heard the surrounding voices and saw the woman standing in front of the pavilion not far away. His face turned slightly gloomy. Then he stood up and led the old man to the pavilion. "Customer, this place is taken." Just as the young man in brocade clothes was about to break into Duan Lingtian's pavilion with the old man, the woman standing at the side stopped them and said with a smile, "Please find another place." "Get lost." The young man in brocade clothes was furious when he saw the woman blocking his way. He raised his hand and struck out like lightning. Boom! Chapter 1171. The loud noise when the woman was killed instantly alarmed Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could make a move, a layer of invisible light rose up and blocked the blood that splattered on him and Tianwu. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian looked at the culprit who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face gradually turned grave. "What a beautiful woman!" The young man in embroidered clothes brought the old man in. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu. As for Duan Lingtian, he completely ignored him. Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance entered his eyes, and it caused his breathing to become hurried. When had he ever seen such a beauty? "Miss, my name is Wu Jie. I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. May I know your name, miss?" The young man in embroidered clothes walked up to Feng Tianwu. A warm and brilliant smile bloomed on his handsome face. However, there was only lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. He desired this woman who was almost perfect in front of him. Scram! When Wu Jie greeted Feng Tianwu politely, Feng Tianwu only replied with a single word. Wu Jie was dumbstruck. Ever since Wu Jie killed the woman outside the pergola, the commotion here had alarmed many people and attracted many people's attention. Due to this reason, the scene of Wu Jie failing to strike up a conversation with Feng Tianwu and being rebuked by Feng Tianwu was also witnessed by a group of people. The son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect? Many people did not dare to say anything after learning of Wu Jie's identity. However, their eyes were filled with mockery when they looked at Wu Jie. The True Martial Sect was a first-rate force that was on par with the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the Yin Yang sect in the past. I said I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Wu Jie felt extremely humiliated when he sensed the mocking gazes from the surroundings. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and looked at Feng Tianwu again as he repeated himself. Scram! However, this time, Feng Tianwu's reply was still the same. Get lost. Wu Jie's body trembled, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. When had he ever been disregarded in public like this? Such disregard was no different from humiliation. The group of people who were watching the show were also in an uproar. While they looked at Wu Jie mockingly, they also looked at Feng Tianwu in surprise. They did not expect this woman to be so bold as to treat the son of the True Martial Sect's sect master in such a manner. It should be known that although the True Martial Sect's sect leader had two sons, the one he doted on the most was undoubtedly his youngest son, whom he had gotten in his later years. He practically viewed him as his lifeblood. Bitch! I gave you face, but you don't want it. Finally, Wu Jie could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely exploded. He took a step forward and stretched out his hands to grab Feng Tianwu. Aren't you arrogant? From today onwards, this young master will make you my slave. Wu Jie was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was in his early 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, in front of Feng Tianwu, he was no different from an ant. Young master. The short-lived sound of a sword whistling accompanied by a loud shout reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Feng Tianwu had casually killed Wu Jie, who was charging at her menacingly, with just a swing of her sword. The person who shouted at the same time was the old man behind Wu Jie. It did not cross the old man's mind that this seemingly harmless red-clad woman would be able to kill his young master before he could even react. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader when he returned? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Many pairs of eyes were slightly stunned as they looked at Wu Jie, who was lying in a pool of blood. She killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect? She's in big trouble now. The true martial sect won't let her go. I can't believe she's only in her early 20s, but she actually has the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. Although they didn't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, I heard that the cultivation base of the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect seems to be at the peak of the void. She killed him in just one blow. She must be a martial monarch powerhouse. The onlookers discussed animatedly as they stared at the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of them in shock. It was said that women were a source of calamity. Today, they finally witnessed it for themselves. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect harbored evil thoughts toward this woman, he would not have ended up in such a state. However, they were unaware of this fact. When the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect killed the woman who was guarding outside the pavilion, he had already been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man next to the woman. How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is? When the old man saw Wu Jie lying on the ground, he was so enraged that his body began to tremble. He glared at Feng Tianwu as though he still had not recovered from the shock earlier. Does it have anything to do with me who he is? Feng Tianwu lifted her head and glanced at the old man indifferently before she said something that almost made the old man spit out blood. This woman had killed his young master first. Then she asked if it had anything to do with her who his young master was. You're seeking death. The old man could no longer hold it in. With a loud shout, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into thunder and lightning that twined around his body, making him look like the god of thunder. Not only that, but there were also wisps of green wind twining around the thunder and lightning. Apart from the wind, there were also wisps of solidified flames that were dancing around. The old man moved and charged out. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Invisible airwaves rolled and turned into a violent wind that blew in all directions. Soon after, a sword appeared in the old man's hand out of thin air. The sword swung from the west as though it had the help of the gods as it headed straight for Feng Tianwu. The strength that the old man displayed was not only above Wu Jie, but it was also far above Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the old man who was charging at her like a storm. She had no intention of making a move as well. Is she crazy? Looks like she's determined to die. Many of the spectators thought to themselves when they saw the scene before their eyes. Just when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu was going to die, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. All of them widened their eyes until their pupils were round. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man who was sitting next to the red-clad lady, who had not made a move all this while, made his move like a thunderbolt when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 blue dragons and a few thousand horned dragons was charging at the red-clad lady. With just a finger, he blocked the old man's sword that he had attacked with all his might. The finger and sword collided, and they were in a stalemate for the time being. With the collision as the center, waves of rolling airwaves spread out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a violent wind that caused the robes of the spectators to flutter. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base even squinted their eyes from the wind. However, Their eyes never left the purple-clad young man in the distance. The purple-clad young man's strength made them feel inexplicably shocked. Smith, Smith, Smith. At this moment, the old man's face turned red, and his body trembled slightly. With his feet as the center, tiny cracks began to appear. The cracks continued to spread like a giant spider web. Humph! Compared to the old man who was powerless, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and composed. However, he soon snorted coldly, and the finger that was on the tip of the old man's sword trembled. A vast amount of energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand as easily as crushing dry weeds before it entered the old man's body. Boom! In just an instant, the overbearing energy destroyed the old man's internal organs. It killed the old man in an invisible manner, causing him to fall to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He was no longer breathing. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. True martial sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the two corpses in front of him coldly. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was one of the sworn enemies of the original Yin-Yang sect. Tianwu, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took away the spatial rings, profundity fragments, and concept fragments from the two corpses. Then he brought Feng Tianwu to an empty pavilion and sat down again. At the same time, many pairs of eyes followed them. Who's this purple-clad young man? He's so powerful. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon that he triggered, this old man from the true martial sect should be at least at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, he was still killed by just a finger. He's too powerful. I'm guessing he's a powerful demon. It's impossible for a human martial artist to possess such powerful strength at such a young age. The group of people whispered among themselves. Apart from fear, there was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pavilion again. The previous pavilion was soon cleaned up by the Zhou clan's auction fair staff. While they were cleaning up, a few of the staff's bodies were trembling slightly. They were cleaning up the body of the youngest son that the sect leader of the true martial sect doted on the most. Backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Manager, those two are too good at causing trouble. First they killed Zhou. Now they even killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect and an elder from the true martial sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples looked at Zhou Ji and reported with a wry smile on his face. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair is destined to be chaotic today. Zhou Ji sighed. Chapter 1172. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction, all the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought the first auction item up, attracting everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only took a glance before he retracted his gaze. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pills. Even though it was separated by the pill bottle, his spiritual energy could still easily probe the origin of the pills. It was a grade 1 pill with a purity of less than 70%. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was no different from trash. However, the trash in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not mean that other people would treat it as trash as well. In many people's eyes, it was a treasure that they would have to spend a lot of high-grade origin stones to obtain. I bid 20 high-grade origin stones, 30 high-grade origin stones, 50 high-grade origin stones. In the end, the bottle of grade 1 pills that Duan Lingtian regarded as trash was bought by someone at the high price of 120 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Such trash, not to mention 120 upper-grade primordial stones, even if it was sold to him for 1 lower-grade primordial stone, he would not buy it. Pills were different from spirit weapons. Spirit weapons of lower quality could be reforged, but pills could not. The auction was in full swing. However, it was not calm in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. When a corpse was sent to the Zhou clan's mansion, the entire Zhou clan was in an uproar. All the Zhou clan's high-ranking officials who were in the Zhou clan's mansion and were not in closed-door cultivation gathered together. In the Zhou clan's main hall, an old man wearing a gold and green robe sat on the main seat. The old man looked extremely healthy. There was an awe-inspiring aura between his brows. This old man was the current clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. There was a group of people gathered below him. There were old people and middle-aged people among them. They were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were surrounding a corpse that was lying on the ground. The corpse was not unfamiliar to them. Zhou Li, the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. Patriarch, who did this? A middle-aged elder of the Zhou clan widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. He found it hard to imagine who would be so bold. He even dared to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder. For a moment, all the elders of the Zhou clan also looked at Zhou Zheng curiously. The great elder of the Zhou clan was a famous expert in the area around Peaceful City. In their opinion, daring to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder was tantamount to courting death. I'm not sure yet. Facing the curious gazes of the Zhou clan elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Not sure? Zhou Zheng's words caused the Zhou clan elders to be completely dumbfounded. Patriarch, what do you mean? Could it be that you don't even know who killed Zhou Li? An elder of the Zhou clan asked with a frown. If that's really the case, then wouldn't Great Elder want to avenge Zhou Li, but still be unable to find the murderer? If the Great Elder comes out of seclusion, he definitely won't be able to accept this. Before Zhou Zheng could open his mouth, the other elders of the Zhou clan had already started discussing. The murderer is currently in our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, the entire place fell silent. A moment later, a Zhou clan elder was the first to react. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Patriarch, the great elder has devoted his entire life to our Zhou clan. Now that he's in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough, and his only son has been killed, we should capture the murderer and wait for the great elder to come out of seclusion to deal with him. The other elders of the Zhou clan agreed with the suggestion of this Zhou clan elder. If this matter is so simple, do you think I'd ask all of you to come here? Zhou Zheng asked as he glanced at the Zhou clan elders indifferently. At once, the Zhou clan elders fell silent. Patriarch, is there any problem? Soon after, a sensitive Zhou clan elder asked. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Zhou Li was killed in the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Li died, Zhou Ji was also present. Zhou Ji, the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square. At the same time, he was also a powerful Zhou clan elder. Come to think of it, if he was not powerful, how could he be the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square that was extremely important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was present? How could the murderer kill Zhou Li? Many of the grand elders of the Zhou clan gasped as their pupils constricted unconsciously. Zhou Ji was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji, even he didn't have time to react when the other party attacked. The other party's strength is in no way inferior to him. In fact, the other party is even stronger. Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. In our Zhou clan, including the Patriarch and the Great Elder, there are 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with that person? Many Zhou clan elders said confidently. Of course, I know that. Zhou Zheng said, however, the person who killed Zhou Li must be someone special. The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of all the Zhou clan elders. Someone special? According to the clan disciple who brought Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a guest who came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction. Zhou Zheng said slowly and paused for a moment. A guest? Since he's a guest, why would he kill Zhou Li? Don't tell me Zhou Li provoked him? The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, 2 guests came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction. Facing the doubts of the Zhou clan's elders, Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the matter that he knew. He told them everything, including the fact that the guest who killed Zhou Li had sent a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%. Of course, he did not leave out the fact that Zhou Li was greedy and intended to take the items that the guest had sent to auction for himself. The Zhou clan's main hall was in an uproar when Zhou Jing finished speaking. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces became somewhat ugly, and even more people's faces and ears turned red, as if they were embarrassed because of something. How shameful! How shameful! This time, not only did Zhou Li disgrace himself, he even brought shame to our Zhou family. If that guest spreads the news, who would dare to send their items to our Zhou clan's auction square in the future? Although I respect the Grand Elder regarding this matter, I can only say, Zhou Li deserved to die. That's right, he deserved to die. Many of the Zhou clan elders changed their target to Zhou Li after they understood what had happened. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Silence! As Zhou Jing shouted coldly, the Zhou clan's main hall regained its silence. Even if Zhou Li was in the wrong in this matter, he still paid with his life. Therefore, I don't want anyone to talk about him anymore. Zhou Jing looked around and said in a deep voice. The group of Zhou clan elders fell silent immediately. Clan leader, you said that, the guest said that the grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was refined by a grade 1 weapons craftsman in his sect? One of the Zhou clan elders asked as he looked at Zhou Jing. That's right. Zhou Jing nodded. That's what the clan disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said. Moreover, Zhou Ji suspects that the grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was refined by a grade 1 alchemist in that person's sect. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All of the Zhou clan elders' expressions changed drastically. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that his sect has 2 extraordinary weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Heavens! How powerful must such a sect be? Many of the Zhou clan elders exclaimed softly. For this reason, before we find out more about him, not only can we not offend him, but we can't allow the Grand Elder to look for trouble with him even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhou Zheng's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan elders agreed with him. Clan leader! Clan leader! At this moment, a panting voice resonated from outside. It was obvious that the person had just rushed back to the Zhou clan. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows and replied, "Come in." A moment later, a Zhou clan disciple who looked like he was in a hurry entered the main hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan elders present, he could not help but feel a little awkward. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Did something happen at the auction? Zhou Zheng asked when he recognized the person as the disciple in charge of the Zhou clan's auction. Auction? The moment Zhou Zheng spoke, all of the Zhou clan elders looked at him curiously. They were curious as to why he rushed back to the clan to look for the clan leader. The Zhou clan disciple who rushed back quickly nodded. Speak. Zhou Jing said, "Clan leader, the guest who killed Elder Zhou Li and the woman next to him killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and the person next to him at our Zhou clan's auction." The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in one breath. He had returned to report this. The moment the Zhou clan disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect? Which young sect leader? Is it the young sect leader, Wu Jian, who's in charge of the True Martial Sect's business in our Ataraxia city? As the clan leader of Zhou clan and one of the top powerhouses in the Zhou clan, Zhou Jing immediately reacted and asked. Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He usually stayed in Ataraxia city and took care of the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. He was also a powerful person who was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of their Zhou clan's auction. The Zhou clan disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. It's Wu Jia. He's the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. Manager Zhou Ji has already sent Wu Jia's body to the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. At this moment, Wu Jian must have seen his brother's body. The Zhou clan disciple continued. Wu Jia? Chapter 1173. Half of the properties in Ataraxia City belonged to the Zhou clan. The other half was controlled by a few other first-rate forces, and the true martial sect was one of them. Today, the true martial sect's properties in Ataraxia City were not peaceful. When the two bodies were sent in, apart from the fact that the shop was closed, the atmosphere in the shop became particularly oppressive. Who did this? A sturdy middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the person who sent the bodies in. His eyes gleamed coldly. Young sect leader, I'm from the Zhou clan's auction square. Your brother and this true martial sect's elder were killed by two guests from our Zhou clan's auction square. The person who was being stared at by the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. From his words, it could be heard that this sturdy middle-aged man was none other than the other young sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Jian. At the same time, he was also Wu Jie's brother. You killed my brother and my true martial sect's elder. I, Wu Jian, want you to pay with your life. As Wu Jian's eyes gleamed fiercely, a ruthless aura exuded from his body as though he was about to devour someone. Brother, don't worry. I'll twist the head of the person who killed you and bring it back as a sacrifice to you. Soon after, Wu Jian looked at the young man lying on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he enunciated each word clearly in a deep voice. Zhou clan's auction square. In just a short while, 5 items had already been auctioned off. However, these items were useless to Duan Lingtian. In fact, 3 of the items were no different from trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. This is the 6th item that our Zhou clan's auction square is auctioning today. This is an extremely rare material. According to the records in the ancient books, it's called mysterious silver. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji introduced the auction item in his hand. It was an irregular ball that was as thick as an adult's fist. It was uneven and extremely ugly. Mysterious silver? As soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, shuddered and opened his eyes. His burning gaze immediately shot out from his eyes and focused on Zhou Ji's hand. Finally, there was something that he was interested in. Moreover, this item had an extraordinary meaning to him. What's mysterious silver? That's right. Hurry up and introduce it to us. Otherwise, we won't know what use it has even if we bring it home. At this time, many people asked Zhou Ji to introduce mysterious silver. Zhou Ji lightly smiled as he introduced. The mysterious silver is an extremely rare inscription material. As for its specific function, it's able to communicate and command the puppets that are made from the inscription formation and other things through the mysterious silver. As everyone knows, although ordinary inscription masters can create puppets, those puppets will not listen to anyone's orders, including the inscription master who created them. Puppets don't have intelligence. They can only move according to the inscription formation that the inscription master left in their bodies. Zhou Ji continued, however, if we have the mysterious silver, then everything will be different. Once the puppet is fused with the mysterious silver, and with the corresponding inscription formation, we'll be able to directly command and control the puppet. As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Puppets can be controlled through this material? Many people's eyes lit up. If the puppet is infused with this mysterious silver, I don't know if only I can control it, or if everyone can. If everyone can control it, it's useless. Soon, someone voiced their concerns. That's right. If anyone can control it, then wouldn't it be like making a wedding dress for someone else? Many people agreed. Soon after, similar topics spread throughout the Zhou clan's auction square. Even Zhou Ji, who was on the auction stage, heard it. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The mysterious silver needs to be combined with an inscription formation and inscription formation to control the puppet. As long as the inscription master uses a little technique, only the person he designates will be able to command and control the puppet. Zhou Ji explained word by word in the face of the concerns of the people present. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard Zhou Ji's words. If that's the case, then this mysterious silver is indeed not bad. If it's not expensive, then we can buy it and play with it. There was no lack of inscription masters among the guests at the Zhou clan's auction square today. All of them looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand with gleaming eyes. If it was not for the fact that they did not have the confidence to obtain the mysterious silver, they would have rushed up to snatch it. To an inscription master, mysterious silver could be considered a treasure. Although the puppet they created might not be as powerful as them, it would not be of much help to them. However, when they thought about the fact that they could have a puppet by their side at any time and the puppet would obey them unconditionally as long as they gave an order, their hearts were filled with desire for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtan was also filled with desire like them. With this mysterious silver, I'll be able to use the inscription formation I obtained in Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the gigantic wooden figure he encountered in Qingfeng Palace in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu. The gigantic wooden figure used the stone platform that was inscribed with a strange inscription formation as its core. It could combine the energy of the broken wood to form a powerful force. At that time, Duan Lingtian had put away the strange stone platform that was inscribed with the inscription formation because he coveted that inscription formation. Later on, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the inscription formation to combine the origin energy of a group of people to form a powerful force. He wanted to use the inscription formation to defeat the weak and defeat the strong. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The impure origin energy that was nurtured in one's body couldn't be combined through the inscription formation. Only the pure origin energy in the origin stones could be combined through the inscription formation. In the past, Duan Lingtian had thought of creating a large number of puppets and combining them through the inscription formation to obtain a powerful force. However, puppets were puppets after all. Even if they were created by him, he could not command or control them. Due to this reason, he gave up on the idea. Perhaps, I'll only be able to use the inscription formation if I obtain the mysterious silver. This was the idea that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind in the past. At that time, he had searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and found out that as long as he merged the mysterious silver into the puppet, he would be able to command and control the puppet through the corresponding inscription formation. The corresponding inscription formation was a very simple inscription formation. Almost any inscription master on Cloud Continent could inscribe and set it up. However, although the inscription formation was simple, the mysterious silver was extremely rare. At the very least, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered the mysterious silver in his 2 lifetimes. I can't believe that I, Duan Lingtian, have encountered something that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It seems like my trip to Ataraxia City this time is not in vain. Duan Lingtian looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. His eyes gleamed. I must obtain this mysterious silver. If an ordinary inscription master wanted the mysterious silver to bring out the puppet to show off, Duan Lingtian would definitely want the mysterious silver. In that case, the reason Duan Lingtian wanted the mysterious silver was to forge a powerful puppet. Even if an ordinary puppet was activated by a supreme-grade origin stone that was better than a high-grade origin stone, the strength it could unleash was limited. At most, it could only be compared to an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. However, the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu in Qingfeng could combine the strength of a group of puppets to form an even more powerful force. Even if the origin energy that was on par with a martial monarch powerhouse was combined into a puppet, it could be unleashed through the inscription formation. At that time, coupled with the profundity fragment that I'll put into the puppet will possess strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. It'll be equivalent to a man-made martial monarch powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although it was difficult for 99% of the inscription masters on Cloud Continent to put the profundity fragment into the puppet and let the puppet cast the corresponding profundity, it was still a difficult problem to solve. However, this was not a problem for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Currently, I've accumulated quite a number of profundity fragments in my hands. I can definitely create a puppet with strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. However, I still need to obtain this mysterious silver before I can do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire as he stared at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. If he did not have the mysterious silver, it would be useless no matter how powerful the puppet was. It would not listen to his orders and would not be under his control. Dear guests, think about it. If you bring a puppet that listens to your orders and is under your control out the door one day, what kind of look would the others give you? Envy. They'll definitely look at you with envy. Zhou Ji held the mysterious silver in his hand as he continued to exaggerate the value of the current auction item as if it was a routine. I'm determined to get this mysterious silver. Let's see who has more origin stones. I don't lack origin stones. Try to compete with me if you can. As it turned out, Zhou Ji's exaggeration was very effective. In just a short while, many people were arguing until their faces turned red. Although the noise that rang in his ears showed that many people wanted the mysterious silver. However, Duan Lingtian did not care. Putting aside the fact that he had obtained a large number of high-grade origin stones from the bandits led by Gold Thug before he went to the Yin-Yang sect. When he became the sect leader of Lingtian sect and took over everything in the Yin-Yang sect, the high-grade origin stones in his hands had accumulated to hundreds of thousands. Apart from that, there were also many supreme-grade origin stones. The supreme-grade origin stones came from the high-grade origin stone lode that was originally controlled by the Yin-Yang sect and was now controlled by Lingtian sect. Of course, the production was very small, but they were all kept. Chapter 1174. With so many origin stones in his hand, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when it came to bidding for the mysterious silver. The mysterious silver starts at 100 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, Zhou Ji announced from the auction stage and began to bid for the mysterious silver in his hand. 100 high-grade origin stones. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, someone made a bid. 200 high-grade origin stones. The moment the former's words left his mouth, someone else followed suit. It was obvious that the effect of the mysterious silver had attracted many people. 300 high-grade origin stones, 400 high-grade origin stones. More and more people made their bids. Soon after, the price of the mysterious silver was raised to 1,000 high-grade origin stones. However, the number of people bidding did not decrease at all. 1,100 high-grade origin stones. 1,200 upper-grade primordial stones. 100 high-grade origin stones. 2,200 high-grade origin stones. Sounds of bidding could be heard, but each time the price was increased by only 100 upper-grade primordial stones. It was fine in the beginning. However, in the end, it made Duan Lingtian feel a little frustrated. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. When someone made a bid of 3,200 high-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold it in and made a bid in one go. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it drowned out the noise in the Zhou clan's auction square. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. The moment Duan Lingtian made his bid, he attracted many people's attention. Many pairs of eyes gathered on him from all directions. It's him. Soon after, many people recognized Duan Lingtian. It was the woman next to him who killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect earlier. The old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial Sect was killed by him. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy when the old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial Sect attacked, he must be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, such a person's full-powered sword was stopped by him with just a finger. His strength must be at the 7th level martial monarch stage at the very least. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with dread. After a long while, no one continued to bid. Perhaps they were frightened by the high price that Duan Lingtian quoted, or perhaps they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's powerful strength and didn't dare to bid. After Zhou Ji counted down from 3, Duan Lingtian successfully bid for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtan took out 10,000 upper-grade origin stones and successfully exchanged them for the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, personally delivered the item to him. What arrogance! If you have his strength, you can also put on such airs. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Congratulations, sir. After Zhou Ji handed the mysterious silver to Duan Lingtian, he smiled and congratulated him. At the same time, he asked curiously, Sir, you and I can be considered acquaintances? May I know your name? You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the distance as though he had noticed something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji left awkwardly. He thought Duan Lingtian was unwilling to tell him. Bush, bush, bush. After a while, a few ear-piercing sounds of wind whistling could be heard. The source of the wind whistling was in the direction Duan Lingtian was looking at. They came slower than I expected. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. All of them looked at the source of the sound with fear in their eyes. After a while, 5 figures appeared. A middle-aged man was the leader among the 5 of them. The remaining 4 were old men who had 1 foot in the grave. Wu Jian. When Zhou Ji saw the middle-aged man in the lead, his expression turned grave. However, he did not seem surprised by the appearance of the person. It's Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Soon after, some of the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square recognized the leader of the 5 people. The young sect leader of true martial sect? Wasn't he killed just now? Many people were puzzled. The one who was killed just now is the other young sect leader of true martial sect. The current sect leader of true martial sect has 2 sons. The one who was killed is the younger son, and this is the elder son. However, the other young sect leader of true martial sect sure came quickly. I heard that the young sect leader of true martial sect was originally the supervisor of the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. It's not strange that he came so quickly. Perhaps, the red-clad lady who killed his younger brother has limited strength. However, the purple-clad young man next to her is a powerhouse at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. He didn't wait for the true origin sect's powerhouses and brought his men here. I'm afraid he's a little reckless. Reckless? I think you don't know. This young sect leader of true martial sect is a monstrous genius in the martial Dao. He had already broken through to the 7th level martial monarch stage 2 years ago. Looks like we'll have a good show to watch today. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was bustling with noise and excitement. The group of guests was no longer bidding. Their eyes shifted to the 5 people in the sky and the man and woman in the pavilion not far away. The main characters today were none other than them. Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect? Duan Lingtian also learned about the person's identity from the discussion among the guests in the auction square. He could not help but mutter to himself, if the sect leader of true martial sect finds out that his 2 sons died in my hands, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have on his face. So, you're the ones who killed my brother and my true martial sect's elder? Soon after, Wu Jian, who was hovering in the sky, asked in a deep voice as his gaze swept over them. He instantly locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, both of them had no intention of replying to him. Will you stay here? Leave him to me. Duan Lingtian greeted Tianwu, who was standing next to him. After he received Tianwu's reply, he stood up unhurriedly and walked out of the pergola. What? Are you going to abandon her and run away on your own? When Wu Jian saw this, he could not help but sneer. Although she's the one who killed my brother, if you didn't kill my true martial sect's elder, she would have been killed by my true martial sect's elder a long time ago. Don't even think about running away. Wu Jian's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Run away? Upon hearing Wu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out of the pavilion, could not help but be stunned. Did Wu Jian think that he was going to run away? On the auction stage, Zhou Ji stood there with a slightly strange expression on his face. Isn't Wu Jian underestimating him too much? He was well aware of the purple-clad young man's strength. In fact, the purple-clad young man was even stronger than him. However, he had no intention of warning Wu Jian. "You're the brother of that good-for-nothing rich kid from earlier?" Duan Lingtian did not leave as Wu Jian had expected. After he walked out of the pavilion, he rose into the air and stood opposite Wu Jian in just a blink of an eye as he asked calmly. "Humph." Wu Jian snorted coldly. The surrounding air seemed to have turned colder. One could see how furious he was. "Do you think you'll be able to make me run away?" Duan Lingtian studied Wu Jian from head to toe for a while before he smiled faintly. From the beginning until the end, his expression was calm as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Based on his words, it was as though he did not take Wu Jian seriously at all. "You're seeking death." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's mocking words, Wu Jian's eyes turned even colder. His body emitted waves of chilling aura. He, Wu Jian, was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was the pride of the heavens. Since he was young, he had displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. In the end, he had skyrocketed all the way to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse in his early 40s. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had become one of the pillars of the true martial sect. Today, he had come to avenge his brother whom he doted on the most. However, he was humiliated by his enemy. He could no longer suppress his anger. He did not hold back at all. Boom. At the same time, the origin energy on Wu Jian's body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a milky white flame that stirred the heaven and earth energy above his head. In just a short moment, it transformed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon's silhouette appeared. It was so lifelike. The ancient black dragon's gigantic body was visually stunning. In just a short moment, the milky white flame changed. It had merged with a few other profundities. As Wu Jian lifted his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and shot out a sharp spear ray like a dragon coming out of its cave. At once, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred again. In the end, it gathered the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Without warning, Wu Jian shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever Wu Jian passed by, the sound of air exploding could be heard. The rolling energy caused the airflow in the air to vibrate. Waves of invisible airwaves were stirred up and transformed into gusts of violent wind that swept through the entire Zhou clan's auction square. At once, the violent wind blew in the auction square and dust flew everywhere. However, the group of guests in the auction square did not leave the auction square because of this. Their eyes were fixed on the purple figure in the sky. They knew there was going to be a good show soon. Wu Jian, who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage, against the purple-clad young man who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Young sect leader. Wu Jian's attack was so fast that the 4 old men behind him did not even have time to react. When they finally regained their senses, they realized their young sect leader had already made his move. At this moment, although they were not confident, they could only brace themselves and charge forward. In terms of strength, the 4 of them were no match for Wu Jian. However, they were the elders of the true martial sect. Could it be that they were going to stand aside and do nothing when their young sect leader had already charged forward? Just when Wu Jian led the 4 old men and charged toward Duan Lingtian suddenly disappeared before their eyes, causing their storm-like attacks to miss. How fast? Chapter 1175. Like a gust of wind, the purple figure that disappeared from the encirclement of Wu Jian and the 4 old men reappeared in the sky above them. There he is. That's too fast. Even the young sect leader of true martial sect, a 7th level martial monarch, couldn't react in time. I'm afraid his cultivation base is not just at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I'm not sure about his cultivation base. However, the fact that he could disappear under Wu Jian's nose means that Wu Jian can't keep up with his speed. His strength is stronger than Wu Jian. The group of guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their gaze to the sky above Wu Jian and the four old men. A purple-clad young man stood there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Wu Jian and the four old men regained their senses and lifted their heads to look at the purple figure above them, horror dawned on them. To speed? How is it possible that he's so fast? Wu Jian's face turned grave. As a 7th-level martial monarch, he naturally knew what it meant to have such a fast speed. It meant that his opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. This was because speed was directly driven by one's strength. When he thought about how fast his opponent was and how difficult it was to catch him, he felt helpless. Young sect leader, I'm afraid we're no match for him. Let's return first and inform the sect leader before we make a decision. That's right, young sect leader. Where there's life, there's hope. There's no need to lose our lives in a moment of anger. Young sect leader, the sect leader will avenge little young sect leader. At this moment, the four old men next to Wu Jian tried to persuade him through voice transmission. They knew that if Wu Jian continued to be stubborn, he would not be the only one who would die. The four of them would die with him as well. Four martial monarch powerhouses like them, nobody knew better than them how difficult it was to obtain their cultivation base. Due to this reason, they cared more about their own lives. Wu Jian's expression changed when he heard the four old men's voice transmission. In the end, he lifted his head and shouted as though he was venting his anger. Then he said coldly, "Let's go." He was about to leave with the four old men when he finished speaking. Did I say all of you can leave? However, this sentence caused the five of them, including Wu Jian, to pause. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at the sky above them where the voice had originated from. The voice came from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there. His purple robe was similar to Feng Qingyang's, and he looked very elegant. Coupled with his almost perfect handsome face, he attracted the gazes of many women in the Zhou clan's auction house. What? You still want to keep us here? Wu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. We're indeed weaker than you, but if you dare to touch us, you'll be making an enemy of the entire true martial sect. The true martial sect will definitely not let you off. Young man, although your strength is not bad, you're still lacking when compared to the powerhouses of our true martial sect. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't harm others and yourself. An old man beside Wu Jian added. Between his words, there was a trace of arrogance between his brows. True martial sect? Harm others and myself? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Wu Jian and the old man's words. It was a brilliant smile that sent chills down Wu Jian and the others' spines. What's he smiling about? At once, Duan Lingtian attracted the attention of everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house. Duan Lingtian's smile sent chills down their spines. Do you think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian and the others? I don't think so. I'm afraid the death of Wu Jie is enough to make the sect leader of the true martial sect fly into a rage. If Wu Jian dies as well, the sect leader of the true martial sect will lose his bloodline. I'm afraid he'll go completely crazy. Moreover, Wu Jian is only in his 50s, and he's already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I heard he's already considered as the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If Wu Jian dies, not only will the sect leader of the true martial sect be enraged, but the entire true martial sect's high-ranking officials will be enraged as well. If he kills Wu Jie, only the sect leader of the true martial sect will interfere. However, if he kills Wu Jian, I'm afraid the true martial sect's strongest people will be enraged and attack him together. Due to this reason, I don't think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian. At most, he'll just scare him. I think so too. Discussions continued in the Zhou clan's auction house. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was trying to intimidate Wu Jian and the others by asking them to stay. He did not intend to kill them. However, there were two people who did not think so. One of them was naturally Feng Tianwu. The other person was Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Ji had only interacted with Duan Lingtian once, it was during that time that he realized how fearless this young man was. It was an arrogance that did not fear anyone. That's right. It's easy for you to make a move on us, but if you do, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Another old man behind Wu Jian said. The young sect leader is the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If you dare to make a move on him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire true martial sect. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire true martial sect. Another old man said. Hunted down by the true martial sect? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change as he muttered to himself, that sounds interesting. In that case, in order to make the true martial sect hunt me down, I can only sacrifice all of you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian changed the topic as he looked at Wu Jian and the others with killing intent in his eyes. The cold air emitted from his body seemed to have transformed into a cold wind that caused everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house to shudder involuntarily. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade that was completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared and hovered next to him. Following that, as the air around his body vibrated, another 8 3-foot-long blades that were completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared. A total of 9 3-foot-long blades hovered around him. Oh no! When Wu Jian and the others heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions changed. In the next moment, this was the only thought left in their minds. Bush. Wu Jian took the lead, wanting to escape. The other 4 old men fled in different directions with all their might. Escape? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, his eyes turned cold as he slowly uttered 5 words. 9 Tribulations Sword Manipulation Technique. As Duan Lingtian uttered the word, technique, the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around him disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Of course, they did not really disappear. They were so fast that many people could not react in time. So fast! On the auction stage, Zhou Ji could vaguely see the traces of Duan Lingtian's 9 swords. The 9 swords were so fast that he could not help but break out in cold sweat. His ability is indeed more powerful than mine. This was the first thought that came to Zhou Ji's mind. If I had attacked him when he killed Zhou Li, I'm afraid my outcome would be the same as Zhou Li's. He did not doubt this at all. The purple-clad young man before him had the ability to do so. Today, as long as the people at the Zhou clan's auction square lifted their heads, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around the purple-clad young man disappeared into thin air, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men who were about to flee paused in midair at the same time. Soon after, 5 clouds of blood mist shot out from their bodies and bloomed. It was as though they had transformed into 5 gorgeous fireworks that were extremely eye-catching. In the next moment, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men fell headfirst. After flying for a distance due to inertia, they fell hard on the ground and became a few puddles of flesh and blood. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and watched the scene before him calmly. As for the 9 3-foot-long blades that had disappeared into thin air around him, they never returned. It was as though they had completely disappeared. The heaven and earth energy that was stirring in the air above his head also dissipated before it could form the heaven and earth phenomenon. It was as though it had never appeared. Silence. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was terrifyingly silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be heard clearly. Everyone's gaze landed on the purple-clad figure in the air. The purple-clad figure seemed to have become extremely tall and big in their eyes. It seems like I've underestimated him. The corner of Zhou Ji's mouth twitched violently. When the purple-clad young man dodged the attacks of Wu Jian and the other 4, he could already tell that the purple-clad young man was more powerful than him. However, he only felt that the purple-clad young man was slightly more powerful than him. Now that he had personally witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Wu Jian and the other 4 old men in the blink of an eye, he finally realized the difference between them. Even if it was me, if he wanted to kill me, I'm afraid he could kill me in an instant. Zhou Ji's heart skipped a beat. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the incident that happened backstage. It was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would not be standing here right now. He's the one who killed Zhou. Outside the Zhou clan's auction square, two figures stood on top of an inconspicuous building. They were both old men. At this moment, one of the old men was speaking slowly. His strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage or even higher. However, I can't help but admire his courage. He actually dared to kill both of Wu Lai's sons consecutively. I wonder how angry Wu Lai would be if he found out about this. In the end, he said to the old man next to him, "Second elder, you're fast? Go to the true martial sect and inform Wu Lai about this." Wu Lai was the current sect leader of the true martial sect. At the same time, he was also the father of Wu Jie and Wu Jian, who were killed by Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian. "Yes, clan leader." When the old man heard this, he responded and disappeared into thin air. It's a good thing that the Grand Elder hasn't come out from his closed-door cultivation yet. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have definitely attacked this young man. I wonder where this young man came from? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.